No, 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 no! Ah!
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK episode 271, talking about the CoCo.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. And welcome to special guest Stevie Stroh.
There's nothing special about this guest.
Oh, yeah, he's just a guest, not a special guest, just a guest.
We couldn't scrape anything from the bottom of the barrel, but we found this thing under it. So
This is CoCoTALK.
Round Delvaux. Good to see you, Ronnie.
That's good to be seen.
Absolutely.
Unlike Mark earlier last week.
Okay, I guess we can do some introductions. Let's see who showed up today or who has nothing better to do. Top left, we got Mark Overhoser.
Hey, glad to be here.
All right, center of the top row, Patrick Euland.
Greetings, all.
And right side, yours truly, your host. Center left, Ron Delvaux.
Glad to be here also.
Starting to look like Max Headroom today. Center squares, Ken Waters.
Best place to be.
And the man with the news, L. Curtis Boyle.
Hello and welcome everyone. A couple comments from the chat I just want to hit before you get the rest of the guests here. We've got comment from Kevin Holloway. Hello everybody and Stevie. and Mikey says, whoa, Stevie's there.
It's in my contract.
Means something's going down.
Yeah.
Appearance.
That's it.
All right. Bottom row, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy.
And
Good to see you.
who's this guy in the middle here?
Looks familiar.
Steve, his tag says Steve.
Hello.
How you doing, Steve?
From the home office in Kenosha, Washington.
Not from the bridge.
Yeah.
And sneaking in at the last second, David Ladd.
Hello, everyone, and I hope you're ready for today's show. I am.
Haven't you missed that, Stevie?
Oh my, yes.
Is that Jason?
Yeah, that's David Ladd doing a bad impression of Jason Reichert's bad
Jason
impression
doesn't
of David
better.
Ladd. So yes,
It's like Diet Pepper Inception here.
that's it.
Jim Rye wants to know if Stevie has a doctor's note for being absent for so long.
I'm retired. I'm officially retired. I took the golden parachute I got from being the CEO, and I was able to buy a C64, an MC10, and a Happy Meal. So I'm just living off of all the spoils.
That sounds like the worst retirement plan pension ever.
But he's happy.
So since we have special guest Stevie here, so Stevie, what have you been up to the last while? I know you've got another podcast you've been working on, you trader. I mean,
yeah, just a lot of work and life, and we're going out of town. Going on a family vacation tomorrow, so I figured I would definitely try to jump on. I've been missing you guys. I've been wanting to get on. Just a lot of things are happening. So I was hoping that we would have got Grant Bladow on here because I just read the new newsletter and I wanted to give him mad props for doing a great job. So I know I invited him kind of last minute, but if anybody hasn't had a chance to check out the latest Glenside Color Computer Club newsletter, I highly suggest you do. It was something that got to be too much for me to be driving that ship, but I feel the ship's got a great captain now, and just the one I just saw was, if that's any indication of the direction it's going, I'm very happy that it's in capable hands. So great job, Grant, and check it out. Go to glensideccc.com and look under the documents, find the newsletter, or check the mailing list or Facebook or anywhere else. A great job to the team and everyone else. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to take the thunder away from Grant once we can get him on. So
I was Grant's roommate this last CoCo Fest, so I got to chat with him a bunch and show him around to everybody. Anyway,
sorry about that, Grant.
Yeah. Anyway, he was really excited to be there. He was so glad there was so much enthusiasm, and he was all psyched up. And he said, "What can I do? I can help. I do graphic art. There's a lot of things that need to be done. So we'll find somewhere to plug you in." So yeah. I'm glad that is the area we need, and sounds like he's all over it.
Yeah, it's like you have to try to analyze all these things, like this show and the newsletter and this and that and the other. In the grand scheme of things, are they really important? They're not necessarily important, but they're not frivolous either. And it's just nice to have. And if it's kind of taken seriously and done to respect the legacy. It's like when I took over the newsletter, it was literally because nobody else wanted to, and I just felt bad. There was all this long, awkward silence. So who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Of course, nobody. Crickets. I'm like, all right, I'll do it. And it's like anything else. You want to do the best job you can. And at some point in time, it gets to be bigger than any one person can handle. But the one thing when I was doing it is I did respect the legacy of Glenside. Glenside's been doing this publication since 1985. So it's not important, but it's impressive that it's been here this long. And I try to take it seriously and handle it as well as I could and try to make some improvements to it. And my concern was, would anybody else be that concerned about that commitment to quality? And so far it looks like absolutely it is. So I'm very relieved that it's just not being a side note in the page of history,
And one thing, I did download it, and I took a look at the cover in the first page or two, and that's all I've had time for this week because of work. But I know one thing you did is you tried to, bring it into a bit more of a modern focus with a lot of color and screenshots and stuff like that. And he's continuing that.
He's doing that because we have been messaging back and forth on Discord, and one of the main newest thing that I added was like trying to bring a cover to it to give it a little bit of a magazine feel. Where he is definitely planning on doing that. I kind of like what he's done. Everything he's done, I completely like. So it's like, on the one hand, if he would have asked me for some input, which I kind of gave him, I kind of shared with him all this trials and tribulations I went through. But after looking at what he did, he doesn't really need my input because he's doing a better job. Don't ask me anymore because you've already knocked it out of the park. So congratulations. But
is there an update he's done that's your favorite? Like I said, I haven't had a chance to really look at it, so I don't really know what else he's done.
It looks nice. He put a CoCo font in there. He's got a little splash of color. So he's got the CoCo green. So whenever there's like a little column heading, it's kind of got the CoCo green color and the CoCo 3 font. So it's not like over the top. It's just nice little nuance accents that were very noticeable. And he still managed. The last thing I did was I took some stuff because we've been talking about doing the CoCo art gallery. And I think the last issue that I worked on, I did a bunch of art gallery stuff in there, and he's continuing the art gallery too, which I thought that was Alan Murphy's suggestion actually too, because kind of like, what happened in Rainbow, people used to submit stuff to Rainbow. So, obviously Rainbow is an inspiration, and if we can borrow some of those things and lend some of those things to it, not that anything could ever replace the Rainbow, but if we can draw inspiration from it, then that's not a bad thing.
We pay homage to that.
There we go.
Homage,
yes.
Yeah, we pay.
I'm very multicultural. homage, wee, things like that. So
I look forward to reading it. I'm hopefully you're going to get a chance either later this weekend or maybe the beginning of the week here as I get caught up. I mean, literally, I was just pulling news stories out this morning. Normally, I have a few of them at least done during the week. Didn't get a chance to this week, so.
yeah, and I think I've been busy too, but I have noticed that, and I think you capture these. One of the things I did notice is that you guys have been talking about Fabrizio, how he's updated his kind of cross development engine to include CoCo stuff, and I noticed he's got a few new offerings there. Erico.
Yeah, he's enabled the new 4-color mode. We'll be covering that in the news, but his previous
Yeah.
CoCo version just did the 2-color stuff. So
Gotcha. Yeah. So I thought that was kind of cool to see some of those. Like, I love the little snake thing eating the apples going around the maze. I thought that was cool. The thing that was dropping bombs on the city. I thought that was cool. So
yep, definitely be discussing that later on.
that's all I got to say. Contract obligations up. Bye-bye, everybody.
How long is your vacation, just out of curiosity? So,
Well, it's planned for a solid week, but work calls as always does. So I'm going to probably have to cut it short. I was planning on taking we're going to North Georgia. It's like a family reunion. I was planning on taking 2 cars just in case of emergency, but I got a new client that's got new employees coming on. So I have to kind of onboard a bunch of new laptops, but we're trying to postpone that for as late in the week as possible so I can enjoy at least 3 or 4 days up there. We're leaving tomorrow, but it's like a 10-hour drive to get there. So
okay. Well, have fun there. I haven't
How's
done a
the
family
heat
reunion in
been
a while,
there?
but
how's the heat? Well,
Has it been
it's like
hot there?
95 in Florida. It's going to be pretty hot in Georgia too, I feel. But we're in North Georgia, so we're almost at the border. We're like right near the Appalachian Mountains, so we might have some shade. So
yeah, Ron, I'm assuming you've been up in the 100s somewhere, right?
Yeah, up for days and days. 110, 108.
But it's a dry heat.
but it's a dry.
Yeah.
It's a dry.
Yeah, so is a frying pan. You're not going to see me sitting in one of those. So
No, honestly, it's better.
I saw the stick at the
Use your words.
my
Ron.
internet's slow
Yeah,
today.
okay.
I thought I saw a broken.
Whatever you're going to say, send it to us via WeFax. Everybody take a
Okay.
drink. So, yeah. You back, Ron?
I don't know if I'm back or not, but
Yeah, you sound clear now. You sound clear.
it's been so hot. We had a small little stick on the ground. I picked it up and looked at it. It was a frog.
Oh my God.
Stretched out and dried, huh? Ooh.
Yeah, it was. I was going to put water on it, see if it came back, but I didn't.
Freeze dried, right?
oh, I thought they were pre-cooked frog's legs you were going for there. or something.
Frog
Crunch-
jerky.
Crunchy frog, as the old Monty
Yeah.
Python skit put it
Yeah,
in.
frog jerky.
Yeah,
I don't know how you guys live in that, honestly. It's that's just insane. I'd rather take minus 40 over that any day.
it's just like cold. We look outside, at the window, watch all the heat waves.
I don't know what's worse, dry heat, your freaking nostrils dry up, and humidity, it's like being in a sauna and you have this like wet slime all over your body. So it's
Yeah, I would take dry heat myself. I
Yeah,
think, but-
so
I
Well, we-
always prefer dry heat.
We have a 30,000 gallon pool in the back, so it's
what a
pretty nice.
shame.
What a shame. So you're roughing it, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know about
Yeah,
how big of
but
a
it's-
hockey? You know how big of a hockey thing you can make with 30,000 gallons?
That's almost
Yeah, but-
Olympic sized.
But is the pool any fun when the water's boiling?
That's when you throw all the frogs in, you see, and you make stew.
We get out of the water to feel cooler.
Wow. Hey,
It's
Mark
at
Siegel just popped by.
94.
Hey, Mark. Kevin Holloway's out there. Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, I think we got a fair bit of people out there. We've got Mikey, we've got
Michael Furman.
Tom Eric Gunderson's there.
Is there progress? I'm like an episode or two behind on listening to the replays. Is there progress on all the network stuff?
Rick, you probably can speak the best to that out of all of us.
Yeah, kind of from all corners. I guess Michael Furman's still working on DriveWire, so he's in the middle of a thing.
Henry Strickland.
Henry Strickland actually released Dig and then had to pull it back because it's still got a bug in it. But we are this close to a name server now, so we can DNS in peace to go with our network clock. So no more typing in addresses into a hosts file. So that's promising.
Will this be a public DNS server?
Well, no, this is just, you can use 8.8, the Google name server.
So you can use any,
it's
so
a
you're
client.
not talking about hosting.
It's the client, yeah.
DNS.
So we can just get IP addresses from the name like normal people. And not have to know them ahead of time. So
Just
that
like
is
the real
kind of-
internet.
Yeah, that's kind of huge. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it. CoCo boots up. It knows the time, all my development files and stuff that have the perfect timestamp. I didn't have to remember to set the clock and set it correctly and yada, yada. So it's been a big change. I never thought was that important. But
Well, the person who knew this was important before any of us did just joined us, Nick Marentes. He's been an advocate for the real-time clock forever. So,
Get real,
Mikey.
man. Get real. Get a clock.
And Rick, I know you're waiting for us to release the next DOU so that some of those bug fixes for your browser there will be ready to go. So as soon as I find this last stupid bug that Jim Carrey found again.
oh, sweet. Yeah, well, there's always one. I'm sure I can find another one for you.
No, that's okay. You can hold off on that for a bit. I've got a couple other things to fix too that are unrelated to that. So, and I know Bill's got some stuff. I guess, Mark, you were talking to him in a private chat. I knew about his game thing because he's shown me some screenshots of it a week or two ago. But you're mentioning some other updates for EOU, which I don't know what exactly he's done there because I've not actually talked to him too much about it the last month.
He wasn't clear about it. I was just asking him if there was some sort of repo that he had stuff in because side project David Ladd builds Nitrous 9 basically every night on one of my servers. And so I was setting up another server so he could build, a complete Nitrous 9 setup with all the variations, all the disk controllers and whatever else is available. And I was wondering if there was a repo somewhere that was updated regularly for ease of use that could be pulled and then built regularly as well. So anyway, he just mentioned that he wanted to talk about some of the updates in his game he's working on, which sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm not going to show it yet because he did send me a screenshot of what it looks like. And he's actually got some stuff in there that you normally don't see in multi-view. That's part of the game. So it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be a lot of fun. So I'm waiting for it.
And then to tie into that menu update you'd mentioned, this goes into Alan talking about GUIs. This is the whole discoverable GUI thing. So you visit a menu and see that B is something important. B will get you that thing without having to grab your mouse and open the menu and click on the B and blah. This is something that CoCo hasn't had, and I think it's a big thing. It makes your UI really easy to do because you can have text UI and the mouse UI all in one.
Overlap. Yeah, Windows calls those hotkeys, as I recall.
Exactly. And that's something OS 9's never done properly, and now it can. So.
Yeah, some people have hacked their way around it, like Mike Holland when he did MD Canvas actually did have that option in there, but he was kind of doing it all manually. Whereas this actually is built in, you can just call it from Basic 09 now. So
I have a 5 syscall limit.
I don't.
I'll wait until I get started.
and Rick, if you haven't looked through the technical reference manual, there's a whole bunch of new system calls that were never in OS 9 before that are in there now. So there might be some other ones you can play with.
I'm trying hard to catch up, but man, y'all guys wrote a lot of stuff.
Somebody should the 6.1.0 technical manual?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just printed that out. So, okay, I'll be going through that myself.
Yeah, I'll give a big thank you to Jeff Deek in our Discord too. He's been, well, not recently, but he's found a lot of little bugs and misspellings and stuff here. So there's been some gradual releases to that I have not actually publicly announced or even mentioned on the page or updated because they're fairly minor. But he's helped clean that up a bit.
Yeah, I just realized looking at this live on YouTube now, I forgot to do all the pre-setup this morning too. Sorry guys, I didn't create the event or any of that kind of stuff. So,
well, I got the title.
Yeah.
Well, Scott Cooper in the chat says, "Hello everyone, glad to see Stevie back." Apparently, some people have actually missed you.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But thank you. It's nice to be missed.
This is the OS 9 technical manual printed out. All 348 pages of it.
Yeah, it's a little bigger than the original.
It's definitely
We've added some things. Actually, most of it's documenting some stuff that had been there for years, but just never got added from the
Written
original
down.
manuals.
Yeah.
And then there is some new stuff that's been part of Nitrous 9 and or ease of use.
Yeah, the windowing manual's not too bad either. It's pretty decent sized.
Yep, there's a bit of new stuff in there too. So
it's like 68 pages.
Started to work on the commands one, but that's gonna be huge because there's so many commands
Yeah,
that
but
change.
Nick,
so many
Nick
been added.
Marionette's claim that the operating system is so intuitive, he never even once opened the user manual. So.
Yeah, but we're doing
Yeah, but if you have this on your desk next to you, it makes you look smart because you go, I read all 3,000 pages of this, man.
We need to roll that commercial right now. I'm here to talk to you about the most advanced operating system ever created, OS 9. What makes OS 9 so spectacular? Ease of use.
Is that even in the rotation?
It's in one of the commercial blocks. I don't remember which block it's in though.
We're gonna use the one where they throw the water in the face. That was a good one
that
Rob did for us. I talked to Rob not too long ago and mentioned he mentioned that he was going to try to. He was really busy with his new position at work and stuff, which is why we haven't seen him in months. But he was thinking that he could be able to get back, involved with the community. But then I haven't seen him since. So I don't know if he just got busy again or what. I will make one little point though. Brian Weisler's actually starting to get back into things here too. So
yeah,
we should
that'd be
see
nice
him
to
on
have
the
him
show
back on.
hopefully soon.
Brian Weisler.
We need a show and tell segment again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and he
Have
still
you
has
heard
that
an
big
Have
hall.
you heard an update from Glenn Dahlgren as far as when he wants to do his interview?
I haven't had time to really talk to him, so
Okay.
I haven't ironed anything out. I haven't really done anything with that.
Okay. I mean, I have done a few Facebook messages. I can ask him again. I didn't know if you were already.
Yeah,
in.
everything's wide open. I don't have any interviews or anything lined up here. I think a lot of people are on summer holidays, so they're just kind of just taking the summer off and doing, going on vacations, not showing up on the show, yeah, kind of thing.
Yeah.
People that have real lives.
So, yeah, if you want to book him anytime you want to, Stevie, maybe make it a day that you're available too, because I'm sure you'd love to talk about the book series. So
Yeah. I'm gonna have it be a crossover one too, because I want to make it part of my other podcast too, because it's pretty relevant, I think.
Yeah.
New
and he's been winning awards for it. So
yeah. And it's a really good book. I just started re-listening to them in the car too, because I have the audio book. So it's a good story, and he did a really good job being a self-narrator too. So yeah, guy's got many, many talents.
Yeah. I got to try to come up with some CoCo angle questions we've not asked him before. That's the tough part. I'll have to try to figure out if I can think of anything.
Fair enough. What else is on the agenda for today?
That was about it.
That's about it. Short show.
Yeah. Well, we should do the game on challenge if
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want to give
Couple of news.
I want to give a shout out and thank you to Alan Murphy as well, who has been now on 2 episodes of my new podcast where we've been talking about movie franchise stuff. So we had some good discussions on the Alien franchise and the Terminator franchise. So if you guys want to hear Alan and myself and another friend of mine talk super geeky about other things other than the CoCo. There's more than one thing to geek out on in the world than just the CoCo, just so you guys know. So but yeah,
There is?
Yeah, there is.
I don't think so.
The truth is out there. So but yeah, so thank you for being a guest twice already, Mr. Murphy.
It's all good. Lots of fun. I actually recommend it for other people who like nerdy topics.
Yeah, I forgot. So Salvador Garcia was like, I liked that one thing you did, but I like that CoCoTALK is interactive. And I'm trying to take everything that's good about CoCoTALK and some of the things that aren't as good about CoCoTALK. Like, sometimes 4 hours is a long time. Like I'm having a hard time catching up on episodes now because I'm not in the car as long. So sometimes more can make things difficult because I want to hear everything. I don't want to fast forward through stuff. So it's taking me longer to catch up sometimes. So I like to keep this show not live, not interactive, not a giant panel where things can go off the rails. So I want it to be a fun conversation, but I want the show to last about an hour. And it's designed to be audio, and it's designed. So it's kind of the opposite of CoCoTALK in one direction, but it's taking the best part of CoCoTALK, which is people having a fun conversation about something. So I wanted to take the good part and then trim out all of the bloat from it, So that was the kind of the idea there.
Yeah.
I've never
Well, one
actually
nice thing
done-
about,
so
I
you
mean, CoCoTALK's biggest plus, I think, is the interactivity. I think that's what really makes the show work.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I mean, as Nick and Marentes, I've discussed many, many times, it's nice that the shows have to be this long to cover everything. There's so much happening in the CoCo community, so I don't view that as a bad thing. It is a kind of a pain if you fall behind,
Yeah.
but it shows that the
But
community is
yeah,
vibrant.
and honestly, the time that I think when you were at Boat Fest, by the way, I'm still trying to finish listening to the Boat Fest wrap-up show, and it sounded like an amazing event.
It was fun. A lot of fun.
Congratulations again to the ARG crew. But when Mark Overholzer did the news, and I think I mentioned to you guys this as a private note, but I felt you did it just right. It wasn't too long, it wasn't too short, and so sometimes we don't have to. And another thing too, just critiquing, but there was a couple times where, because I'm only listening, I'm not watching, but I remember one time listening to a guy talk about how, hey, I can run basic 09 and then I can open up a shell in basic 09 and then open up basic 09 in that shell and then open up a shell. And I had to listen to that for like 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, I get it. That's cool. That's neat. But let's move on. So there's a few times that these segments don't have to be, you can maybe speed up the news a little bit and still have it be good. So no bias when the OS9 segments run a little bit longer than other ones.
Oh, there's no bias at all.
My take on it is I don't have the background that Curtis does because I haven't been in the CoCo that long. But I try to pay attention to everything going on, and if somebody comes up with a discussion, then we follow it. And then when it's done, we move on.
Yeah, no, but I thought you did a really good job because it was like the Goldilocks. It was just right. Wasn't too fast, wasn't too short. Everything was covered, nothing was rushed, and
we talked about it. Yeah,
we talked about what needed to be talked about. So it's good.
Good deal.
Yeah, I know one thing I try to do in the news, and maybe I should cut this back if it's getting annoying for people, and let me know. Is that occasionally if there's something that I think is fairly exciting in the CoCo community or different or something like that, that I'll try to have a discussion. Like it won't just be the news; it'll be like
right. No, yeah, and that's good. That's the value add when something is worth discussing, because those are the happy little accidents, right? We weren't expecting that, but those discussions really add value rather than just reporting, and those you can't plan. So that's not a bad thing. Yeah, to me, the discussions, the organic stuff is the best part. All the things that aren't on Facebook, because if all you're going to do is just repeat what's already out there and you're just reporting, it's not the same. But when you have discussions and things are going on, that's where that's where the fun, that's the magic right there.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, there's a reason to report it all is because there's different sources. There's like YouTube, there's like the World of Dragon archive forum, there's Facebook, there's the news group, the listserv. But a lot of people aren't on all of those, so they don't like. Some people just hate Facebook and will never touch it, so they miss any news that happens on Facebook. Same thing with YouTube. Same with the listserv. So it's you kind of need to go through it all at some point.
News aggregator.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what real news does too. They just pull headlines from other sources too. It's not like they're giving, the real news medias aren't giving you original content either. It's just their spin on it.
I'm just a big dumb old RSS feed. That's why I add the interaction stuff. So.
CoCo.
But yeah, I mean, doing the discussions, there's one actually I'm going to be kind of pushing a little bit of a discussion on here later on in the news, actually, is one that Nick Marentes instigated on Facebook. And like I said, if you weren't on Facebook, you probably have no idea this discussion was even happening. So.
Well, Nick Marentes will instigate anywhere. It just happened to be on Facebook this time, right? So.
Assuming he's even awake.
OS9 is crap. And what happens? He trashes OS9. OS9 gets better, right? So we need a real-time clock. What are we doing?
That's why I trash his games all the time. Same
I'm the instigator.
I am the instigator.
That's the name of your next game, Nick. Instigator. There we go. We solved that.
Yeah. Then Alan and I can comment on it later. So far out. So what was the game this week? I missed it. Was it Moonhopper?
Yes, it was.
And there's your segue, Ken. Go for it.
Ken. Okay. Well, let's roll the high score video then.
Is there CoCo thoughts for this? Any musical parodies? Because I know Ron's been missing those.
Run that beautiful.
I could sting something for Ron if he wants.
Moonhopper.
I guarantee that it won't be as good as Samuel Gines if I sing.
should.
That's
voiceover.
Welcome everybody to this week's CoCoTALK Game On Challenge of the Week results video.
I love the parallax
This week we played
scrolling on this.
Moonhopper. We had a total of 21 players. There was Margot with 8,100. Mr. Dave 6309, 8,750. 8 Bits in the Basement, 17,700. Exile in Paradise, 20,350. Grant B, 21,750. Mark B, 26,110. Rick U, 28,960. Ed Rhodes, 31,160. David Craker, 36,510. Dr. Ted, 37,560.
Is this a new player?
Chris B, 38,810. Canadian Retro Things, 40,510. Rich N, 40,810. Jim Rye, 41,210. L. Curtis Boyle, 46,460. David Ladd, 46,660. Sloopy Malibu, 50,760. Sabhead, 71,670. Buck Owens, 71,820. Tom Gunn, 100,250. And the number one score this week was Tasman with 112,940. Thanks everybody that played this week, and we will see you again next week.
We're back.
There we go. So that was a pretty good turnout for the game this week. 21 players. Anytime we get over 20 is a good, very good week.
Was that
Especially
Mike
for summer holidays.
Mike Lustig? Is that the guy who made that one?
Yeah.
He did the food war and a few others.
Yeah, he did a few for
Desert
Computerware, and then he also did his own company, Arcade Animation Inc., where he...
Is he the one who did Fury by Computer Shack?
Nope, that was Timothy Purves.
Oh, okay.
The only other one I know for sure he did was Desert Patrol, which is basically the same game, but set in the desert.
Yeah, he did a few. He did Food War.
Did he do a Time Pilot one?
No.
No.
Okay. No, Arcade Animation Inc., his own company. He's published 4, and I'm trying to 2 are food related. And he did a Pango clone, Ice Master, I think it was called. And then he did a few for Computerware earlier, like Hyperzone and a few others. So he's done a pretty good variety. And he cranked them all out within like a 2-year period. So I've tried finding him actually on Facebook, etc., but I haven't been able to track him down. I'd love to get him on for an interview.
So if he's listening, get in contact with Curtis.
Have your people call our people. Ron Delvaux will take you to lunch. It's
yeah, an outdoor barbecue in 120-degree heat. Pretty well.
you can have a frog stick, an Arizona frog stick.
You don't even have to light the barbecue.
That's it.
Just close the lid and it bakes.
Yeah, just stick a frying pan out on the front step and you're ready to go.
Sure. So I managed to find one review for this game in the archive. And it was Color Computer Magazine from July of '83. It's a short review.
Running water in that cabin, Ken?
No.
No running water?
I run next door and get water.
Okay. You have electricity?
I do, yes.
Okay.
That's why my computer's plugged in.
And almost internet.
You're just looking pretty rustic there.
It's very rustic. This place is 110 years old, so.
Wow.
He's using his 50-mile extension cord for an electric car.
110 years, that's almost as old as Stevie.
Yeah.
Oh,
it will have running water when I'm finished. But
MG Lustig. Okay. It's about time someone took the all-time favorite Space Invaders and brought it up to date. Really? The hell does this have to do with Space Invaders? Okay.
Well, it's kind of, if you think about it, it's kind of the ships at the top.
Yeah, I guess so.
Moon Patrol and Space Invaders kind of mashed together. It's kind of it's a positive review, but he doesn't really say any kind of stuff. He just basically regurgitates probably what the manual said about what the game is.
So this one have checkpoints at least where you had to reach certain checkpoints and stuff, or does it just go?
No,
forever?
just the end of the course where you get a free ship if you complete the level.
Yeah.
That's a
Oh, okay.
checkpoint.
So you're not going through the alphabet or any of that kind of stuff.
No.
It does have a meter at the bottom with little
Oh,
lines
like
and stuff on it.
a distance
Progress
or
meter, yeah.
something. Okay.
Yeah. That's basically, so, you know, like you can drive faster or slower, so it can take you longer or less time to get to the free ship thing.
I didn't think that it really made that much of a difference whether you just gunned it or slowed down for how fast the meter goes.
I think it does a little bit, but it's not a lot.
I just got a Discord message back from Grant B. Says, I caught the start of the CoCoTALK and I am in a very limited service in rural Wisconsin. I'll try to make it on next week's show.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Anyways, as I said, this is just kind of a regurgitation of probably what the manual said. I didn't actually look at the manual, so I'm not sure. But then he just says that controlling the hopper takes practice, but once you master it, it's not too difficult.
Okay.
I will mention the KL that did that review. It says Color Staff. He's actually Kerry Leichtman, and he's actually the guy that edited and created Color Computer Magazine.
Oh.
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his last name right, but.
So we had a video submission from, let's see here, from Mr. David Ladd himself. If I can find that. There we go. So share that with you.
Moon Hopper.
So starting this game on level 3 like we were, you get right into the action. If you don't have your hand on the joystick as soon as you are starting, yeah, you might.
You lose two or three lives.
Yeah, you might lose a man or two. And I know there's a lot of people complaining about how if you get hit by a missile or something, it'll sometimes kill you 2 or 3 times. But I found the best way to avoid that is as soon as you get hit by something, just switch the direction of your joystick. So if you got it in a forward motion, go in a backward motion, and then the missile or the bullet tends to not kill you multiple times.
Okay.
And
it still does sometimes.
Ken, a quick suggestion if you can. Do you want to kill your video feed from your camera just to see if we can get the bandwidth up? Because it's going like a frame a second.
Yeah,
I know your bandwidth limited, so I think that might help.
Where's
the gameplay is much faster and smoother than this, folks.
Yeah, this thing is streaming at the speed of maple syrup in the winter at this point. So,
okay, just a second. I got to turn off this. Then.
Well, Curtis, this is one game you don't need to improve on.
You don't want me to speed it up?
No, we don't need. This one does not need to be sped up.
Is that any better?
Not considerably, but
yeah, I got a really, really crappy internet connection today.
Okay.
Anyway,
it's a little bit better, but not a ton.
Did the elevation ever change? Like where you could come
no, it was
low to high?
No.
So it's pretty consistent terrain, other than the
yeah. You got three or four or 3 different sizes of rocks to shoot. You have the little holes you have to jump. The one difference that makes it a bit different than Moon Patrol, besides the fact there's no other extra things as they come, none of the spaceships create craters, is that you start with a wave of 9 spaceships, 3 of 3 different kinds each time until you kill them all. Then they just relaunch all 9 again. So you have way more aliens on the screen than you normally do in Moon Patrol.
Kind of the Space Invaders aspect of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're just going back and forth above you. So
I do like the graphic of the ship, though, it not having tires, but actually having a tread. That
yeah,
actually
like
looks
tank,
pretty cool.
a tank tractor.
It's well animated.
Now, Ken, one thing you should explain is the speeding up and slowing down, how that works, because it's a bit odd.
Yes. That's the big difference in this game is that when you speed up or slow down, your ship doesn't move on the screen. What moves is the bullets. So if you speed up,
I love how he's got his initials right there too, right?
It's funny because when I first played this as a kid, I thought that stood for machine language. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh, you go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
Anyway, so as I was just saying, it's that's the big difference of the physics of this game is that, as you can see, the bullets will swerve back and forth depending on whether you speed up or slow down. So you're more technically you're supposed to be controlling how fast your ship's going, but You're actually just controlling where the bullets are coming down above you or in front of you or behind you.
Yeah, so if
So
you
it's-
speed up, the bullets go left. If you slow down, the bullets go right. And if you're average speed, the bullets go straight down, basically.
So that's definitely a big difference from really any other games I've played.
But it feels actually pretty good. Like once you get used to it, it actually
Yeah.
it's not bad. It was kind of a different way of a different take in doing things, but I kind of like it. It's different.
It's definitely not something I've seen on any other games. So I don't know. Does anybody else know any games where you control the bullets like that?
The only ones I think that are even similar are control like everything else. Like everything would move and shift.
Well,
if you
there
have
are
something that's
some games that will control the bullet will curve with your movement of your ship, but
Well, when you slow down and speed up, it's not just the bullets that are moving, is changing direction. It's the ships themselves. And so it's the whole background.
Yeah, the ground
is
definitely
shifting.
speeds up or slows down too. So if you're cranking it to avoid bullets, and then the rocks and the craters are coming at you that much faster.
So they're just keeping the ship in the same spot and moving in the entire background.
yeah.
with the speed.
When you do the moving of the bullets, they will wrap through the screen, go out the back and come through the front, or go through the front and come out the back.
Yeah, physics
So-
be damned, but it was easier to program that way.
Exactly.
I do remember playing this game when I was younger. The level 1 was a bit too easy, which I'm glad, Ken, you picked level 3 as a start, because that's not too bad. But once you get to level 4, it starts getting quite a bit harder.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being impressed with this high score screen here with the stars, just kind of going through the.
Yeah, and this is the only parallax scrolling in the game.
Yeah, unlike Lunar Rover Patrol that actually had, the illusion of parallaxicals.
That's the end of David Ladd's video.
Really?
Hey, Stevie.
Yes.
Did Grant B get a hold of you?
He said, yeah, he did. He said he has a limited bandwidth, so maybe next week. Yeah.
Yep.
So for tips and tricks on playing this game, really just be prepared to get right into the action and don't get too frustrated if you blow up a couple of times from one bullet. So
The one tip I can give, I guess, is that you need pretty good peripheral vision.
Yes.
Dodging the bullets by themselves wouldn't be too hard. The speed up, slow down type thing. You can actually squeeze between bullets, and you can, if they fire from near the top, you can immediately tell, I got to move left or I got to move right to shift the bullets. The problem is you've also got to keep track while you're doing it, especially when you speed up, of craters and rocks coming, because your shots going forward are on a downward angle.
And
so you have
sometimes
to
the
shoot
lower-
them far enough ahead of time, because if you shoot
Yeah.
too late, it'll just go over a shorter boulder and miss.
the shorter boulders have to be shot from a distance. And also the fact that you can speed up and control the bullets like that, it's a good thing that they wrap around through the screen. Otherwise, you could just crank it and they would just disappear off the screen constantly.
Yeah. So it does give you less time to react for craters and boulders. So
Yeah. Well, or you could
But yeah,
just
I agree.
put it on
It
slow
would have been too
down,
easy.
and if you put it on slow down, then they're all just going to go in front of you.
Which was the most irritating part of the game. You're floating in the air, wishing you could get down to shoot the rock because you're not going to clear it, but you can't get down to the ground, so you're just floating and waiting to die.
Well, that's not entirely true, because even when you're floating in the air, you still control the speed. So you can still adjust things. Like a few times I jumped up and then I see a rock coming, and then I'd slow it right
crank it
down so I have more
backwards.
time to hit the ground, then you shoot.
Okay, I wasn't that smart.
I mean, that's anti-intuitive that you can control your speed while you're in the air, but you absolutely can. And that's necessary to get some of those rocks.
So really, you're actually just controlling the rotation of the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world literally revolves around you in this game. So
Yeah, it's a perfect game for Stevie. So
wow. Listen, I get this kind of abuse at home. I don't have to get online for this. Okay.
I thought saying the world revolved around you is praise. I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, Stevie, I know you didn't get a chance to participate in the challenge here, but you did play this game back in the day, right?
I did. It's definitely not the best Moon Patrol clone that we have, but it seems like it's decent.
Yeah, and if I remember, I think it came out before Spectral's like Lunar Rover Patrol. So I think at the time it actually wasn't bad. At least we had something.
And
in the
I
desert.
really kind of look at it as there's enough differences that it's more of a based on Moon Patrol, not a Moon Patrol clone. Because having the more ships, having the way that the bullets are controlled and everything like that is something you don't have in Moon Patrol. And Moon Patrol, you usually have just 1 or 2, at most 3 ships above you. This one you have 9. So
it's different enough. Now, Desert Patrol, also by MG Lustig, and that's the version he sold through his own Arcade Animation Inc. versus selling it through Computerware, which is where Moonhopper was kind of his redo of Moonhopper for his own company. I haven't played that one in a while. I think it's basically the same thing, except you're driving a Jeep, isn't it?
It is, except you can't hold the fire button down to continuously shoot.
Oh, yeah, I checked that. Okay. I didn't remember that part.
A button masher, huh?
Yep. You get a sore thumb playing that one after a few minutes. That's why I chose this one over.
That's job security for Rick Elan and his new joysticks. So when you wear out your buttons on the other ones, call Computer Connect.
And that's Nick Moretti's favorite type of game to play, right, Nick? Oh, he's sleeping again. Sorry, folks.
Tom C's out there in Jersey. Mr. James Diffenduffer here, guys.
So during the game on last night, let me see here. See if we can actually share that screen and have it run at any decent. So I think at most we had 3 people playing at once.
I thought we got up to 4 at one point.
Did we get up to 4?
Too.
Okay.
When Curtis came on.
But that was right after Jim left. So, I guess, yeah, it was Mark, me, Sloopy, and Curtis. So there was 4 people playing at the end, but there was a few people just in there chatting with us too while we were playing. So
yeah, this is one where the artifact color mode doesn't really matter. I mean, some people prefer the red rocks, which is what I kind of grew up being used to, but blue makes sense on the moon too, being closer to gray. So it doesn't really matter. There's nothing color coordinated about it that you have to have a certain color you need to do something with. So
now I did see in the Discord that a couple of people were saying it wasn't saving their high scores when they were playing.
Yeah, Scott Cooper, Tasman, was one of them. And then somebody else is mentioning it too. Now, I didn't have that when I was playing, so I don't know, maybe a certain score or a certain level of score you needed before that bug hit. I did find an old disc copy I had back from in the day, like in the 80s. And I sent him a copy to it on Discord. And he said that it did that there too. So it's not like the current Color Computer Archive is corrupt. It's been that way all along.
Okay. Strange. Yeah, because I didn't notice any problem, but I wasn't scoring very high. So,
well, in rock and roll, there is a blue moon. So
blue moon
of Kentucky.
Although there is enough digits for you to score in the millions in this game. I think maybe you could do it on level 1, but
I think after you complete each run to the moon base, doesn't it increase the difficulty level? So you eventually get to level 5 anyway. Like looking between level 3 and 4, it definitely gets worse.
I played it on level 1 and there was not a big difficulty uptick because I think I played it through about 5 stages and I just quit because it was getting boring.
Well, it's really good you picked level 3 then.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons. I didn't want a repeat of accidentally using the practice mode.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point because we've had a couple times where it's been too easy once people got used to playing it, and then you can just go on forever basically.
Yeah.
So in those cases, it's good if you get a chance to try it ahead of time, and then you can kind of go, nah, it's too easy. Let's pick a harder level.
If I have the time, and being out at the cabin like I am, I don't have a lot of extra time, but
I thought you're on vacation. You have all the time in the world, don't you?
Well, there's water to go swimming in, boats to go boating in, fish to be fished,
bears to be chased,
mosquitoes to be slapped.
Yeah. Campfires to have. I just hardly have any time.
You're not chasing tornadoes, I see.
No, we did have a tornado here not too long ago.
Yeah, we had one within 30 miles of here 2 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
we had one about I think about 60 miles south of me.
That's 30 miles east here.
But yeah, so I think there was a little bit of groaning at the very beginning when I chose this game, but I think most people that played it had fun.
So this
Yeah.
isn't a game that you would put the poke in to make it go faster? Or
No, just choose
It
level
does
5.
work, but don't do it. It's way too hard then.
If you just choose level 5, that's really fast.
This is a game that if you're coming expecting a Moon Patrol clone, you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing is that
If you look at it on its own merits of being a game that's loosely based on Moon Patrol, but it has a unique things of its own, it is fun.
exactly. That's how I went in looking at it, and that's I quite enjoyed playing it.
And then not every CoCo game is going to be an A-lister, so we're going to have games that aren't the favorites of everybody, and that's just to be expected. Every platform goes through that. So, but it's good that we get this broad view of everything that was available.
Sure.
And honestly, this is one of our better turnouts in a while. So
this
for,
plays on
scores.
1, 2, or 3?
Yeah, 32K of RAM required. I don't think it required extended basic. It doesn't require a disk drive. It'll play on cassette and needs a joystick. So basically 32K CoCo 1, 2, or 3. I don't know if this one is ported to the Dragon or not.
So we can.
I think it would be
that
called Cuthbert.
Cuthbert goes on the moon.
Cruises on the moon or something, right? So
So on CoCo VGA, we could turn off the white border.
Yeah.
yes. Yep. And flip. You can even make it go monochrome, so it'd be truly black and white, which might look good for the moon too.
Yeah, just you get those vertical stripes on the aliens and on the main ship.
I mean, I think it captures the spirit of what the basic idea of Moon Patrol was. You were driving a vehicle across the surface of the moon, shooting bad guys and dodging other things. So to that point, it does capture the core elements of Moon Patrol.
You know what this is? This is a phonograph.
What do you mean?
It looks like grooves of the record.
Oh, okay.
I see
Like
what you
Every
mean.
once in a while,
yeah.
yeah.
And
And little
Tom
dust
Eric
particles.
Henderson says, yes, it is on the Dragon. There you go.
Okay. Would have been black
Cuthbert
and white. on
cruises
there.
the moon.
Yeah, not a stellar game, but not a bad one.
No.
It's fun. I mean, I'm one that I'm more concerned with the funness of a game than I am of it being arcade accurate or having the best graphics or the best sound. If the game's fun, that rules over everything else, and it is fun.
Yeah, it's a fun game to pick up and play for a little while and go back to it later on. It's not one you're gonna like spending the 2 or 3 hours playing it on the live stream. I think would be enough.
We're spoiled by Nick's games. That's why.
Yes, because
For those who've actually seen all the levels of Nick's games, yeah, that's true.
often if you're playing Moonhopper, games can be pretty short. You just have to.
Whenever someone says Nick, his light lights up.
Usually followed with off.
or a long, drawn-out snore. One of the two.
So the suspense is killing me. What game will the world be playing next week, Mr.
Well,
Thanks?
I can actually show that to you.
How about that 2-color game?
Now, Curtis, I know you already know what game we're playing. So,
Uh-oh, insider
I
trading.
will shut up.
although it has the title right on this teaser screen.
Ooh,
It's called Bombs. No.
Xenon.
the best.
That
Xenon.
Xenon.
So
Xenon. Xenioff.
Xenon,
Oh, look at
whatever
that.
you want to say.
That is a nice looking title screen there.
Look at that.
Looks like there's
Now
more
imagine
than
the
4
sound.
colors on it.
Now, there's a bit of the background to this game that I don't know if Ken knows about. I know Nick does. That this game was programmed by an Australian,
Mhm.
and it originally was
Crikey.
sold in Australia by, I can't remember what company, Nick might remember, but there was a CoCo 1 and 2 version of this included in the package. It had CoCo 3 specific, which is what we'll be playing, and a CoCo 1-2 version. When Diecom started selling it in North America, the CoCo 1-2 version completely disappeared. I've never seen it.
I see it's mentioned in the instructions that there's a CoCo 1 and 2 version is on cassette only.
Yep. And if anybody has it, I'd
But-
love to see it because I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
CoCo 1 requires 32K, it said. Or CoCo 1 or 2, 32K. But
it's not on the archive. It's not on
yeah.
Dragon. It's nowhere to be found as far as I can tell. Nick, I don't know if you've ever actually seen it either.
No, I've never seen it.
But I think
So
you're the
if-
one who pointed out you'd remember seeing ads that it was CoCo 1 and 2 compatible.
and like I said, it is actually written right in the instruction book.
So would that be vaporware?
No, it was out in Australia.
So if anybody has a copy of it,
Yeah, that's one of those. I know Brian Palmer has been one who's been trying to find all the missing pieces. Like we have all these ads and even reviews of games that have disappeared over the years because they didn't sell that well and they weren't pirated or whatever. This is one of the ones that is missing that we need to try to find to fill in those gaps.
So wouldn't it be deserving that they disappear?
No, why?
Because they didn't sell well, which means they weren't very good, which means
Well, no, it was only sold in Australia briefly before Dicom took it over, and then Dicom dropped it. So
it wasn't that it was bad.
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh,
who knows?
we've never played it, so. But this is the CoCo 3 version. There is actually, in the usual place, there's actually 3 versions of it. There's the original version, the 6809 sped up version, and the 6309 sped up version. So whichever one you feel the most comfortable with playing.
I would
that
say
one.
the original 609 version, like the way it was sold, is actually a little bit too slow. That's why I did the 2 optimizations of it.
Yeah.
The 609, a few people have complained it's too fast.
It is very fast.
I will let other people judge that.
I did actually play the 6809. I found the 6809 optimized version is probably the best one.
This game involving spaceships is too fast. Way. What do you want? Some slow spaceships there, Pansy boy?
So anyway, in case you haven't gathered, it requires a joystick. It requires a CoCo 3, the 128K, and currently a disk drive. And that's it. And it's basically, it's based on Xevious.
Yeah.
The title kind of alludes to that. One different thing is that you're flying between different planets, though. So you'll get different terrains and stuff as you go between. You actually fly through an entire solar system.
And it does, when you boot it up, ask for a data disk, but just hit enter. You don't really need that. I'm assuming the data disk is just for saving high scores.
My gathering of it is that the original, when the CoCo 1, 2, and 3 versions were all being sold, I think it came with both versions as a 2-disc set.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the graphics and stuff would have been on the second disc because it would have had you load the binary for CoCo 1, 2 version or the CoCo 3 version off the first one, and then you swap to get the graphics and assets.
Although it did say that the in the instructions it says the CoCo 1 and 2 version is on cassette only. So and the CoCo 3 version is on disc only.
Yeah, because it easily fits on a single disc, so I don't know why.
I'm just assuming the data disk was for saving high scores because it didn't seem to affect gameplay at all by not having a data disk.
Yeah. Okay. So much for my theory. Never mind.
Because it does say that in loading instructions, it also says doesn't mention the data disk or anything on the CoCo 1 or 2 loading version. It just tells you how to load it, and then CoCo 2 or CoCo 3, it tells you how to load it and put in a data disk. So
the slow version comes with a box of Kleenex.
The fast version for the people who are crying about it. So yeah.
I will
the
mention too
CoCo
that
3
the splash screen that Ken showed earlier is a nice 16 color graphic. It looks really awesome. The actual gameplay itself, because I think the programmer was still kind of learning the CoCo 3 and assembly language. It only runs in a 4-color mode just to cut the amount of RAM it has to shift around to scroll the screen down.
Or it was a CoCo 1 and 2 version, and he converted from that to make the CoCo 3 version.
Yeah, to keep 4-color assets if he did it in like P mode 3 or something originally.
Is there any kind of sound?
Yep. It's fairly minimal sound, but he's got a lot of good animations. Like he's got spinning satellite dishes and pulsing and electrical grids that move across and stuff. So it's got a fair bit of animation going on.
And tanks that are moving around on the screen. And
Yep. I like the planets though, because of the terrain. You suddenly go from like a space base to like cratered moon stuff, and you know, the planets actually have some flavors to each planet, and it kind of gives you your progress as you go through the solar system.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but I just had a brain freeze here. I was just checking my email. How many of us on the panel are going to be at VCF Midwest?
I've got my hand up if nobody can see it because my camera's off.
Yeah.
Where's that at?
It's in
Chicago.
Illinois area-ish, Elgin or somewhere around there. I'm just curious because there was a call for presentations. I didn't know if we wanted to maybe do a CoCoTALK panel at VCF Midwest, if anybody was going to be there, because outside of CoCo Fest, I'm sure a lot of people don't know about CoCoTALK. It might be fun to do.
I'll be there.
Okay.
And Sloopy's going to be there.
Okay. So then maybe because there was also a call for presenters from Jason.
Yeah, I'm planning on going. I just don't have a roomie since the person that I might have been rooming with canceled all of his reservations. So
Ooh, maybe me and Sloopy will get a double room, then we don't have to share a single.
well, no, the person that had reservations was across town at a cheaper place. So
Oh, okay.
When is it?
Because I know September 10th and 11th.
And 10th, 11th, 11th, 12th, something like that.
In Elmhurst,
Illinois.
Yeah. At Waterfront Banquets.
Are you guys interested in doing, should I reserve a spot to
I would.
speak?
I could do that.
Okay. I'll respond to that other email. I just was checking my email while you guys were talking.
I'll tell Sloopy he has to do it.
Cool. Another great event, and hopefully a lot of people from Glenside will be there who are in that Chicago area. We do see a lot of people like Salvador is there, Jim Brain is there, Eric Canales usually shows up. So a lot of the Glenside folks are usually at VCF Midwest too.
Plus, a big thank you to Jason at VCF, who actually took some of us on a tour
of his warehouse.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
That was.
We're going to try to make an
incredible.
official tour next CoCo Fest too, because they're going to have it better set up instead of halfway into storing stuff like they were last time.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that, and not that I have the money to do it now, but if I get a chance to like buy like a cheap electronic drum kit, I can maybe order it and have it shipped and see if Jason let us keep it at the warehouse. That way, like if I fly, we could still have like a drum set for the CoCo Fest jams instead
That'd
of
be a good idea.
doing some makeshift.
I'm sure he'd be open to it. I mean, they were putting in shelving and stuff after we were there, the whole of stuff.
It's a fairly good sized space. They have a lot of shelves to put in. So, although they have a lot of stuff.
Yeah. He was mentioning other people's basements were still full of stuff they hadn't brought over yet. Had to wait for the shelving.
The building space is really tall. I mean, they could stack stuff higher too.
Oh yeah,
they were doing 3 levels of shelves. I think. Is that what they did, Ken? I can't remember.
Yeah.
And they were going to have an active lab area. You could actually go and like have hands on with some of this stuff.
Yeah, a workspace, a learning area, so that you can actually use the all the stuff that's in there.
Yeah, and also learning how to do repairs and stuff too. They were going to do that kind of thing too. So
And I don't know that I can answer the question that Erico is asking: is it online presentation or live only? Usually, since we're past COVID restrictions, I believe they would prefer for them to be in person. But I'm not running the event. If you go to VCF Midwest's website, you could reach out to Jason Timmons and find out. I don't know that they'd be completely opposed to one, but to me, it would make sense if we did one in person. If there was a few of us there that could talk about CoCoTALK to a new audience,
It looks like it would have to be a Sunday time slot too. Looks like Saturday's already
booked up, huh?
Oh, except for 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock Saturday morning.
All
It's
right.
the only thing open on Saturday, and then
I'll try
it's
to
completely
respond.
open on Sunday.
Beauty. Not too early though, because I need my beauty sleep. So.
Yeah. Well, they don't start their talks until 10 o'clock. So
Okay. Far out, man. So I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the next game next week is Xenion, which is a ZVS style game. Looks pretty cool.
Yep.
CoCo 3 required.
Only it's software based scrolling, so it's about a 1/3 to 2/3 area of the screen that's getting scrolled vertically.
it works though.
But
It's
it works,
nicely
yeah.
set up. It's got like it does, and it gives you information on the side, like tanks approaching, and so it'll give you warnings on things that are coming up on the side of the screen. So
yeah,
it uses the space well. It's like a heads up display for you.
Okay. Very cool.
So enjoy.
And as Ken mentioned, there's 3 versions available in the Color Computer Archive. The original one, which is a little slow, a 6809 optimized one, which will work in all CoCo 3s, and a 639 optimized one.
Actually, technically, there's 4 versions because in the 6309 optimized one, there's the 6309 optimized one and the slowed down 6309 optimized
Oh,
one.
right. I forgot about that. That was because Brian Palmer was complaining it was way too fast to play.
The slightly less than optimal optimized version.
Yeah, I forgot about
partially
that.
the partially optimized and the fully
6309
optimized.
version that just turns it back into 6809.
So which one is going to be for the game on?
Whichever one you want to
challenge?
play. I'm not going to get
All right.
picky over it. If you
Yeah,
want
the difficulty doesn't change too much. I mean, if you have good reflexes, you can handle the faster ones.
Yeah. And I mean, we know that we try it on the show. Everybody tries putting these high-speed pokes and stuff in anyway. So depending on
I mean,
how
Ken,
you
from
want
your
to
playing it,
play.
is there one that you would recommend you think would be the most commonly liked one?
As you said, the original version is a bit slow. The optimized, the 6809 optimized or the slowed down 6309 optimized ones are probably they're pretty on par for their speed.
Okay. So you found the fully optimized 609 one. I don't want to really call that. I didn't optimize that much, but you think that's a little bit too fast.
Yeah, well, I kept dying right away, so everything was coming just a little too fast.
It's so fast that the color's gone on that version.
Faster than the speed of smell.
We're going the speed of plaid, man.
We're going to plaid. We're going to ludicrous speed. So yeah.
Infinite improbability drive time.
But if you want to torture yourself with using the full 6309 optimized version, go right ahead.
I guess the thing is, if you have a 609, you can download the original or the optimized one. You'll probably pick the optimized one because it, like Ken said, it's a little slow. If you have a 6 or 9, download 04, try them out, and pick the one you like best.
Yeah. I would recommend against the original version as it just, a little bit too slow. But, maybe some, like I know that a few people like 8-Bits in the Basement's daughter plays the games all the time now. So, younger people might enjoy it being a little bit slower, although they should have better reflexes than us old farts. So. Anyway, that's the Game On Challenge. So,
All right, let's take a commercial break and go into the Game On news.
Alrighty.
Sounds good.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast featuring the Tandy Color Computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original Color Computer, the CoCo 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French Canadian CoCo 2, the Radio Shack.
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Boat and Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Brian Walsh, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daddy Burrito, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant B., Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Jay Style, Ken Reichert, Malfunct, Melly, Michael Pitsley, Mike Rayburn, OG Hugo, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Retro Tech Time, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
Hi, it's Curtis Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people, and a lot of us are here down at the CoCo Fest, having a great time. It's the second day, and we're just about done, so you guys have to come out next year.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of Nitrous 9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCoTALK show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation Nitrous 9 is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual. And yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing New Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
Now it's time for everyone's favorite segment, Game On News with L. Curtis Boyle.
Sure. Everyone's favorite segment.
You have to be present to vote, Stevie. So,
oh, burn.
Hey, so something that Stevie alluded to earlier in the show here. So Fabrizio Caruso, hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, of course, has this cross-platform gaming engine that he's got working on, 30 or 40 different.
Yeah, with a name like Fabrizio, I have a feeling he just smells fresh anytime he walks into a room as well.
Okay. So anyway, he's been updating the engine. So the CoCo engine he's had done for about a year or two now, I think, and he's ported some of the games over, but it's been black and white. It's been based on like P Mode 4. So he's now added it in P Mode 3, which is 4 color. And he's actually ported a couple games to it this week, which he's got available for download from his GitHub. And he's also posted videos of them actually playing the games themselves. And the first one of those is called Cross Bomber, which is based on, I'm trying to remember the name of the old, was it Canyon Bomber or something?
It's right there on the screen at Air Attack Air Blitz. It's a mini game clone of Air Attack / Blitz.
Yeah, because that's the game that's been on like the Apple II, the Commodore 64, VIC-20, a bunch of other systems too. So I will play a little bit of the video so you can kind of get an idea for it. Actually, he's got it, I guess, for 200 targets now, so that's even more systems than I remembered.
Well, Mikey Furman says it's time for him to take a nap. So
basically, here you have to blast the buildings and like destroy them all the way down. So
it's cute.
Those are effective bombs, no matter how tall the building. One bomb does it all.
This wipes the whole
yeah, I'm
thing
trying to
out.
remember. Doesn't the original game? I think you have to like blow it in chunks, don't you, Mark? You remember?
I don't remember offhand. I don't remember playing this one, but I've seen the
Don't
name
talk about
once.
blowing chunks this close to lunchtime. Okay, and then
Hey, you're on CoCoTALk. I think everybody's experiencing that. So.
Oh,
So
the
once
humanity.
the buildings are gone, you land on the runway. Huh?
Yeah. Anyway, that's the basic gameplay, but it looks pretty good, and I think it definitely looks better than it would have been the 2-color version of it. Anyway, freely available for download. His entire cross library is there. You can get the cassette image here. If you have other retro computers you want to try it on, there's like over 200 targets now, so it's available for just about everything you've ever heard of, including some UK-based machines, Japanese-based machines, Australian-based machines, etc.
Look where he's based out of.
Pardon me?
Where is he?
Fort Worth, Texas.
I don't think he is he?
I think that's where the group is based out of.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of a nod to where Tandy's headquarters are.
I think Fabrizio, I think he's from Spain, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the group, the Facebook group.
Yeah. So the second
this
one he
one-
released is Cross-Naked. This is one you mentioned, Stevie, that you
Yeah,
liked.
I like this. I like what people can do with the whole idea of the snake game because it's been done so many different ways, but I like seeing different spins on this concept.
Yeah, and as he mentions here, this one's kind of a cross of the famous Nokia, flip phone snake game where you eat the apples and you get longer, and the arcade nibbler, which actually had a maze to go through that you had to dodge walls, not eat your own tail. So this is kind of a combination of the two. This is probably my favorite of the two of them.
And get that little thing bouncing around that you have to try to avoid.
Yeah. Plus the maze itself, and you can trap yourself.
The speed is pretty decent too.
Yeah.
So does the pixel size make it so that it's when it goes horizontal, it's not as fat as when it's vertical?
Is that the way out? That thing down there?
What do you mean, Ron?
Oh, when the snake goes sideways, it's thin, and when it goes vertical, it's fat. Is that because of the pixel size?
Yeah, it's also faster when it goes sideways. Probably same reason.
I think you go until you get hit or until you run into a wall.
Yeah, or I think if you hit your own tail too.
The longer you get, the harder it is to. Oh, cleared. Look at that. Boom. Really cool.
He's giving you that little animation between the levels too, which is kind of neat.
Yeah.
This looks like a fun one. I always did like Nibbler. We had one clone for it from Tom Mix, but this actually adds some different elements to it, so it's a bit more unique. And this one he actually has the disc version as well, so you can play it on disc or cassette. Anyway, go grab them. There are links to it on the Facebook group, to his GitHub, and you can download the cassette or the disc images for it, and give him some feedback. I know some people were talking to him in the comments about getting access to the engine to make their own that you can then port to all these other systems much more easily than having to design them all yourself, obviously.
Yeah, and Erico is responding, I think, to Ron's question too, because not all screen modes on all systems represent pixels the same way. So some of our stuff, one pixel is twice as wide as it is tall. And so this might have been designed for a system where all pixels were square. And in our case, our pixels are almost like double wide in the higher resolution mode. So that might be why it looks a little inconsistent.
Yeah, because this is designed to run on
symmetrical.
200 different systems. You have to kind of take that into consideration that not everything has the same pixel width height ratios.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, it definitely looks good, but I can see what Ron's saying. It's not perfectly square. The body segments are not that way, but it's cool.
Yeah. And it looks like a fun game. So there's another one for you, Ken, if you wanted to throw one into the.
Right. And for being cross compiled, it's probably in some type of C. I'm not sure if he's got his own game engine or if it's just like a C language, but it seems like it's running pretty decent,
Yeah, and if you notice near the end of that first level, it was speeding up too. So it actually, it's not running at full potential when we're seeing these early levels of these games. It actually can run a bit faster. So, and the sound effects are definitely beyond what BASIC could do. I mean, they're not extravagant digitized samples or anything, but they're definitely
clean.
better.
They're not like warbly or anything. So,
yeah,
sound.
that's good stuff. It reminds me of that other cross-platform project we've been covering the last couple of years, that Japanese one that's been doing a lot of games for the MC10 and the CoCo too. So
yeah, but are these all ones that he's created himself?
I believe so.
Yeah,
I'm like the engine and stuff on his GitHub is there available, so if people want to write for it. So I'm not sure if he's gotten some games that have been written by other third parties using his library that have been ported over to everything yet or not. But the potential is definitely there.
Okay, very cool. Thank you, Fabrizio, for giving us more content to chew on.
Yeah, a couple of new game releases right there.
Soon to be
1,
ported
2,
to
and
the
3.
MC10.
Might have.
Yeah, soon to be ported. Yeah, Simon Jennison will port it to the MC10 or Jim Gary, right?
Speaking of Jim Gary, here's Jim Gary doing OS9 stuff.
Oh my God.
Now, a bit of a well-kept secret is that he did a lot of OS9 stuff years ago, in between all of his MC10 and CoCo stuff that he's done. So he's had a bit of an interest for it for a while. So he released a couple of videos, and this is based on the fact that he's one of my beta testers for the new version of Basic 9, because that's where he writes most of his stuff in. And he's also the one who's found a few bugs in Nitrous 9 that I've been fixing before we get the next release out. So between Rick Euland and Jim Gary, they've been keeping me busy doing lots of bug fixes before I can get this out. So anyway, I'll just show, I'll just kind of jump through the clips here because he's got a few games and he's done some updates too. It's not just to fix any bugs and stuff, but he's also been, based on ease of use and some other things that he's learned about since he did these 5, 6, 7 years ago. He's been making like icon stuff. You can run them directly from Multiview, which I'll be showing a little bit of here as well. But they're usually the simpler games. Go ahead.
Nice trash can.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to carry that trash can through to the MC10 when he ports it?
Yeah.
Oh, an OS9 port for MC10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. So
you have limits. A man's got to know his limitations.
And you'll notice he's using the same directory structure we've got as ease of use. That's because we will be including all of these games in ease of use. So there'll be a chunk of new Jim Gary games coming in. And you can see he made his own little Gsoft icon there, and then he's made a couple custom ones too.
That is cool.
Ease of use is going to become a 3-disc set. 3 hard drive images.
Do you think there'll be a MC10 emulator on the ease of use?
If somebody writes it, I'll put it on.
Okay, so this is like the whole.
Cool. We had this on the Apple.
Yeah.
Yep. The first time I ever played this game was on the PET back in '78.
The artillery duel type thing.
Yeah. Wasn't it like Gorilla on the PC or something?
Yeah, GW Basic, you were throwing bananas back and forth. Yeah.
Yep.
Now this particular game, Bomb Away there, that one he's actually done twice porting it. One is level 2 version, which you just saw with 80 columns, etc. Then there's also level 1
very
version.
fast.
Yeah.
Sound effects. Enter to begin. Start date 3600. Good use of the 80 column screen here.
Yeah.
And it, unlike Alan Huffman claims, it's not at all blurry.
This looks like a Model 1.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it even animates the Enterprise on the quadrant map on the right, so it actually shows it moving as you tell it to move type thing too. So I'll fast forward now because
Galaxy map. For God's sakes, Jim. All right. Sweeper. Is this about cleaning?
You'll notice a familiar name did the original.
Kenneth Reichard Jr. Oh, is this like a Minesweeper?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, I'll mention something here. I'll just pause it for a second. You'll notice that on all of these games here, he's got key click on. Now, we have on ease of use, just to introduce people to the fact the feature exists now, you can turn key click on individually on any window. So you can have a program that uses it and another program that doesn't type thing. On the /term window, we have it defaulting to be on just so people can kind of see it's there. You can shut it off. You just type key click space off. And I kind of asked him about that because every single demo he does has key click turned on. And he said he quite likes that feature, so he likes leaving it on. So, but if it annoys you, just start G Shell in another window or shut the key click off first, because Windows will inherit whatever the parent window is in G Shell. So if you have it turned on in the G Shell window, it'll turn on in any window you launch from G Shell.
Well, you don't have to program sound, do you?
Well, I mean, if you want some additional sounds, just to click every time you hit a key type thing. But and a game like this, it actually kind of makes sense that you can actually get audio feedback that you've moved your selection square. I can't remember if he has any sound effects if you die or not, but
yeah, little clicky sounds. Oh, if it blows up. It looks like a good Minesweeper clone.
Yeah, there's another one on the ease of use too. I think was commercial originally back in the day. It's by was it Zach Sessions? We did a whole bunch of C games for the CoCo back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Ooh, what's the next one? Tower of H, huh?
Yeah, Towers of Hanoi, I believe. This is a text-based game that was published in some of the original creative computing books back in the 70s. He's calling it Towers of Atlantis, but it's basically Towers of Hanoi. And this is a strategy game where you have to move these discs off, and you have 3 posts, and you have to like separate them all out, and you have to do it in a certain order type thing. I don't remember the exact rules off the top of my head.
Never put a bigger one over a smaller one.
Yeah. Ah, okay. And what's the ultimate goal?
This reminds me of those
uh,
things you had from like Fisher Price, where you had the different size donuts that you had to put over the posts and stuff. Yeah, it's bringing me back to my preschool days. All right, Sub Hunt. What is your first name, Ken? Okay. Oh, we have like 3-dimensional, huh? Oh my God, my head has already exploded trying to.
It's kind of like Battleship in 3 dimensions, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, use a quadrant. Oh, and he animates it.
Mm-hmm.
It makes farting noises. That's cool.
Yeah. Electronic fart.
Just like a real war.
Bill Noble here.
I do like the little animation though of the shot actually
it
going
is
down.
cool.
That's kind of cool.
Choose a quadrant.
Okay, so we got like depth charge depths going on here.
And now it's firing back at you.
Holy crap. That's pretty good. I know it's just all text, but it's pretty damn good.
Yep. I mean, the text, just knowing how Nitrous 9 optimizes for how to print text type things, you could definitely speed up some of this drawing, but I think it's just the way the original.
And this is hardware text and not graphic text?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is, of course, the famous, fake AI thing.
What is your problem?
David Ladd.
Need a friend. Okay. Why do you bring up the topic of friends? I am
don't have any.
lonely. Yeah, right. Did you come to me because you are alone? Didn't you? You're a stupid bitch. Didn't he tell you this already? Are you saying no just to be negative? If you want me to shut up, I will. Wow, that's an annoying bitch. Yeah. So yeah.
Eliza never was very good.
Stupid, you just end up that way.
You think they changed the name?
Ooh, Gargoyle. Ooh, that sounds cool. Gargoyle Castle. Oh, is it text adventure?
Yeah, the 3 in this directory are all text adventures,
Okay.
so I won't play all 3 of them here. I'll skip ahead a bit, but
Nice. Jim Gary's been busy in a whole new platform now.
well, he's been in the platform before. He's kind of returning to it for the first time in half a
Yeah.
decade.
You have a speech pack. Oh, Lord.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, why is it that the speech sound pack sounds like that damn cancer thing that people got to put on your throat to talk, right?
So you can sound like Val Kilmer.
I am not a robot. I just have cancer.
You guys are mean. That,
This is kind of a board strategy game, I guess, called Peg Leap. Text again.
They're going to sell me lots of keyboards with all this striking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna require your keyboard.
Between breaking buttons and breaking keys now, Rick Euland's got good job security at this point. So, simulators. Golf. You realize these old games were just baked in privacy invasion type stuff when they start asking you for your name. You know, what's your
Yeah, but
favorite
they never sent it
color?
anywhere, 'cause that's
What's
before
your
there was a
mother's
net,
maiden name? What city were you born in? Last four of your social. I mean, it's just like, why do these games want to know this stuff? Oh, look at this. We have colors on screen.
Yeah, it kind of draws a bit of
The trees, the sand trap.
all done in
Wood.
text, but with some color and different characters and backgrounds. Your bag of clubs.
Mm-hmm. We need is Rodney Dangerfield here.
I mean, it's golf.
Yeah. Football. Are you ready for some football? CoCo Coach. Welcome to the Friendly Bowl. Oh, is this like a coaching simulation type thing? I don't know. We have a field there. Look at that.
I mean, for a text one, this one actually isn't too bad.
Yeah. It's better than the battery operated handheld football I played when I was a kid. The little
the Mattel.
Yeah, Mattel type thing, yeah.
There's actually a CoCo version of that by Spectral called Cosmic Football too. Plays exactly like the Mattel.
Quarterback short like Cardinals.
There's a punt. Now you're playing the offensive, so you got a bit more options to choose from.
Beautiful. Jim Gary's
Anyway,
been busy.
that's his level 2 game. So those are usually require either graphic screens on a CoCo 3 or 4080 column text type thing. But then he did it even further. He went back to his level 1 ones. Now, because of the way the level 1 games to be backwards compatible have to map in the graphic screen, if you have a lot of programs running, you will not have enough system RAM to do this. So basically, you can only run one of these at a time. And probably not if you have too many other windows running, doing other things at the same time. So it's a bit more limited, but you can still launch them from G Shell. You can still run them. Just keep it in consideration that if you're going to play a second one, you better quit the first one first because it won't fit.
So you have to have a 16K machine.
Sorry, what was that, Ron?
You have to have a 16K machine.
Level 1 wouldn't run with less than 64.
Or yeah, level 1 required 64. It's not that the RAM of the computer is the problem. It's the way the system map for the operating system itself is set up. To maintain backwards compatibility, all CoCo 1 and 2 graphics screens have to be mapped into the system map, which is already like only got 12K free or 10K free on a standard Nitrous 9 distribution because of all the drivers and buffers and blah, blah, blah. And basically these games have to map in a 6K screen for every graphic screen. And some of the old games used to page flip. So that's 12K. You've just ran out of RAM to run it. But that was the only way they could make it backwards compatible. So you didn't have to re-release complete new versions of the game to run on level 2. So that was kind of the caveat of it. But it does work, and you'll see a few more here.
All right, well, let's see the game. Without any further ado, strategy. Then we already see bombs away?
Yeah, but this is the original CoCo 1 and 2 version. And this is the one where he found the bug because it would actually crash the machine.
Well, at least you got lower case here, so that's cool. Okay.
Now, because you have so little screen real estate
for the screen for the text, yeah.
Yeah, so
it's still pretty fast though. I'm gonna have fast the line draws and everything.
That's basically that, baby. And I'm actually working on speeding some of that stuff up yet. So
okay, cool.
Anyway,
all right,
that's
move along. This is not going to make for good audio replay, but no, it looks really cool. Good job, Jim.
And this is based on that same Star Trek that we showed before, but once again, because of the screen real estate, you got different screens for different parts of the gaming.
I did that 80 column screen actually looks really nice. Can't imagine wanting to use anything else at this point. All systems operable.
Yeah, so you just basically go through the menus and shows you it there. So if you're into the Star Trek text games, it is fun. There's one of the text adventure games. Which one is this here? Excuse me.
Shvipa by Kenneth Reichert Jr. OS9 version by Jim Gary. Oh, now this is in P mode 3.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you've seen one Minesweeper, you've seen them all.
Really? No, I'm just kidding. Rat Maze. This is the story of my life.
Rat Maze. Oh, is this like the 3D perspective?
Yeah.
All right.
Not bad speed for a basic.
Pretty, yeah,
game.
decent speed. Yeah.
I know Alan Huffman did a version of this for level 2 graphics, like the higher CoCo 3 modes.
Yeah, it's
But for
decent.
Level 1 game, it's not too bad.
So I went to my eye doctor and he's looking in my eye and he sees a CoCo screen in there. And he goes, something's wrong. And I go, no, it's P mode 3.
It's burned into the back of your retina.
Yeah.
What is your
Las
name?
Vegas Blackjack.
You want a list of rules? We don't need no stinking rules. Okay, not bad.
Yeah, it's a low res semi graphics, but now these games that don't use real graphics, they just use semi graphics. You can run a ton of those at once because those don't take as much RAM. So
You're talking about ones that use like the actual graphics modes will be memory killers.
that's the ones you're gonna have trouble. Well, you can't run more than one at a time in the standard ease of use distribution. If you made a custom boot, you could, but
right.
You're not gonna play 2 of those at once anyway.
It's like pulling out my old 4K RAM.
This one shows the bug. You'll see the screen scroll there at the bottom, and it shouldn't have. And that's the bug I'm currently trying to find. It's more cosmetic. It doesn't cause it to crash like his earlier one is, but that's the one I'm looking for.
And it's fast. It definitely is a pretty quick rendering of the screen.
Yep.
That's why that Nick Marionette says this is the most advanced operating system ever created. So Las Vegas Blackjack. We don't need no stinking rules.
Now this one, I'm not sure why this is under level 1 because he's running an ADCOM screen, but I think what this one is it's completely generic text, which means to run at any size window, level 1 or level 2.
Okay.
So I think that's why I included it here.
Beauty. Good job, Jim Gary.
Anyway, that's them. So we'll be including those on the next ease of use after I finish finding that bug that causes that unnecessary scrolling on the CN poker
More
game.
content in the distribution. That's good stuff.
Do you need a new can of Raid?
Yeah. Okay, so next up, Paris Surratt has posted the Dragon disc images in VDK format. And he's posted 2 versions of it. The regular version, these are for the Dragon 32. So we've had these on the CoCo for a while, both cassette and disc. And in fact, there's CoCo VJ versions that run 64 columns, if I remember correctly. Or is that the Infocom games? Both? I can't remember. Anyway,
I think it's Infocom.
He's also included a lowercase support for the T1 chip emulated in XROR, so you can actually get the true lowercase on there. Now, there was a lower kit for the Dragon released way back when that also did that type of thing. And I think Pear's waiting for somebody to try it who actually has one of those boards. And from what I saw on the Dragon Archive forums here, he does have somebody that does have it, so he's going to see if that works. But basically, in most cases, you'll be playing the main uppercase only version on the Dragon unless you're running it through XWORD. So all 13 original Scott Adams games are in this one zip you can download here from the World of Dragon Archive forums, and you can pick the no lowercase or the lowercase version of it for your perusal.
Nice.
So Scott Adams never wrote for the CoCo, did he?
Yep.
Did he really?
That's where all these came from.
I thought maybe they were, transcribed over.
Nope, they were sold by Adventure International back in the day for the CoCo.
Huh, cool.
On cassette. In fact, they had ads for it in
Voodoo Castle.
I think really early. Was it Creative Computing? I remember seeing the ads for it where it mentioned it was for the the C64 and the CoCo and Model 1.3 and whatever else. So that's a little splash screen that would show when you were loading the game and then the actual game itself.
Yeah, I just have a really hard time nowadays even conceiving a text adventure on a 32 by 16 screen. It's just so brutal.
Now, the one thing you'll notice here
is there a picture of the lowercase one on here?
I think there is a bit later, yeah. I just want to point something out before I scroll down, though. You can see copyright Adams 1979. So we originally wrote these on the Tier Stadium Model 1 and then start pointing to the Apple II and some other ones.
Oh.
You'll notice the color conversions, the official ones, these are sold by the International, by Roger Schrag. Now, you may recognize that name because he's the one who did a lot of the EdTASM patches back in the day.
Ah.
The disk EdTASM to patch the cartridge originally before, Tandy released the...
Well, you're just a bucket of knowledge, aren't
He
you?
is a bucket of something.
Yeah, bucket of yes.
Man.
So here you can
there's
see
the
running the
lowercase.
lowercase one. It'll ask, do you want to run it in lowercase? And then if you do, that's what you
Yeah,
get.
now that does soften the eyes up a little bit over just the all caps on this horrible screen resolution. Yeah.
Now I would do one additional thing. So Per, if you're listening to this, the VDG T1 that supports the lowercase like this also supports changing the border color. So I would either change this to be inverse video, so it's green on black with a black border, or I would change it to the full border screen.
Ugh, too
and
much
it's more
green.
consistent.
I would definitely.
It's a CoCo.
advise
You
it.
got to have the green now.
Yeah. All right, so Tim Gilderberts was responding to you saying it looks like it might be me with John's board, but I have to build it first, I think is what he's saying. So maybe the
Also, he's got the kit version, but
the
not installed
MSX
yet.
board or something might do this too.
And then a little bit of a fall through here because these games were not the easiest. They weren't the hardest. I mean, it depends on the game because some of them were meant more to be
Spoilers and
beginners games.
walkthroughs. Okay,
Yeah.
so
For all 13 games. So you can download that if
Okay.
you get stuck or you
Okay.
get too frustrated. You can actually just look up the game you're stuck on and figure
Yeah.
out how to get past it. So
I
that's
remember-
actually kind of nice.
I remember the Sierra Online ones where I sometimes have to call like a 1-900 number for a tip line to get like one answer to one question. Yeah. Before we had the internet.
And heaven forbid if your 10-year-old self called the wrong 1-900 line.
Yeah, right.
Is your mother home?
That's cool. Pear's always doing something.
Yep. So anyway, those are available in the World of Dragon Archive. If you have the Dragon itself, a 32 or 64, they'll work on both. If you have that lowercase kit, hopefully when Tim Gilbert's gets a chance to test it, we'll see if that works or not. And if you have XROAR, you can run it either way on there. And there's a XROAR update we'll be getting to in the main news as well.
XROAR with
I remember a word
colors.
pack that made older CoCos.
80 Calm? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that didn't really work with any adventure games or anything, would it?
It didn't originally. It did work with OS9. So if you had adventure games in there, like that Colossal Cave clone, it just would use the driver, so it would just automatically use it. But who did the ports? I think it was Ed Snyder himself, actually.
Yeah, I think it was.
I think he did the 80 column ports, and then he later did the CoCo VJ 6432 column ports too. But he's converted all the Infocog games to run with the 80 column Word Power, or not Word. Was that what it called? No,
Word Pack or something.
Word Pack. Yeah, Word Pack 2. I think was the final one. The Tandy sold third party.
I got one of those. I'm going to try that. It'll be fun.
Do you have the original radio or the original one, or do you have the one Radio Shack rebranded?
It's a white package with 2 wires coming out the top.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious because I've never actually seen one in real life. So, or if I did, it was back at Rainbow Fest with 10,000 people, and I don't remember.
I'm gonna go get it and come back.
So this is the latest episode of the CoCo Show, episode 34. This was recorded live at Boat Fest, where I was actually a guest on the panel, reviewing Junior's Revenge and Return of Junior's Revenge. So I think we covered it a little bit before it was on Twitch. Of course, Twitch stuff disappears after 3 days. This is the permanent copy on YouTube, where I actually go a bit into my dark past too. I won't play that part for you. You guys can watch it if you want to see it, but I'll play just a little clip. You can kind of get a feel of Boat Fest here.
Forget Donkey Kong Jr. It's Junior's Revenge on the CoCo Show, episode 34, live at Boat Fest.
I should mention they're recording the next show today. So
Hi, everybody.
Who's that nut job in the middle there?
And I'm Aaron.
I know some idiot they pulled off a street. I think some derelict.
Hey! And today we are going to discuss Junior.
Hey, I won't play the whole thing. You guys can go check it out. They
That's
cover
cool.
both versions.
And they got the whole setup going.
Yeah.
Excellent wire management job there behind the monitor.
Oh, you don't even know the full story behind that
And
unless
this is
you were
when
watching it
you're
live.
saying they basically put everything in a tablecloth and just picked it up. And
Yeah, he basically did a gunny sack like a hobo and brought it all out, unfolded it on the table. It was
That's
hilarious.
awesome, man. This is a great looking the way to do the whole thing live and still have it look like the real thing. That's awesome.
Yeah, and they had like a projection screen you can kind of see behind us there that actually showing like live video clips of the games and question, et cetera, too. So it was a nice setup. And I'm trying to convince them to come down to CoCo Fest this year, even if I have to take a train and we have to pick them up at the train station type thing. Because
Okay.
for some reason, Aaron just hates driving in Chicago.
Okay. Well, we're technically not in Chicago, but you got to get, I think you have to probably go through some Chicago highways to get there.
Yeah, or circumvent down south or something from where they're coming from the east. Anyway, it was a fun show. I had a lot of fun. Big thanks to Franklin Harris.
I enjoyed the CoCo 2 version of Junior's Revenge. I think the CoCo 3 version, while it was supposedly the first CoCo 3 game, it was 16 colors. It was just kind of slow and it kind of ruined the experience.
It was a straight conversion up to 16 color graphics.
Yeah.
And released within the first month of the CoCo 3 being publicly available.
Yeah, they have the honor of being the first CoCo 3 commercial game by a third party, but that's
not the greatest game. And the version on the archive is actually a bit glitchy. There's some shapes that didn't get transferred over properly, so like the little fish guys disappear in certain positions. So
okay, good job, guys.
And next up, I've got 3 videos here from CoCo Force. Now, CoCo Force is a fairly new YouTube channel. We've covered one of his videos before. That's where he went through a whole bunch of his Dragon magazines. If you remember, we went through all the covers and he was showing the different Dragon users and stuff like that. So what he's been doing lately now is doing these dual game packages, and they're usually related somewhat. They're by the same company or the same author. And why, like he calls it CoCo Force, and he has kind of this rushing background noise at the beginning of the video. I'm not quite sure why he does that, but then he has, the standard robotic voice kind of reading stuff. He's not actually dictating it himself. So the first one here is two Ken
Maybe he
Kalish
has cancer. We shouldn't joke about that, but
no, we shouldn't.
No.
But too late. So the first one here is two Ken Kalish games. So Escape actually came out first, and that's where he first did his little Sudo 3D engine. And basically that's you're trying to escape from a maze, but there's also like elevator doors, there's puzzles to solve, there's riddles you have to solve, and a bunch of other things. And then
I don't remember that one.
It's a lot more rare than Phantom Slayer from what I've seen.
Okay.
So I'll play just the little bits of it here. Just to be giving it feel the games and the feel of the show itself too, like his way he set it up.
I like his cassettes. They're in really good condition there.
Phantom Slayer is a chase game played in a three-dimensional maze. Each
I'd
maze
still love his
is
TV.
inhabited by evil phantoms, which
Yeah.
can destroy you with a single touch.
Actually,
we've
it's
all
pretty
seen
good
Phantom
for a
Slayer.
robot voice. It's got a female British accent. It's kind of hot. I have my Siri talk to me in a British accent too because it's sexier.
Endless maze, but do it right, or you are
I
doomed.
could do that too, Stevie.
Good for you, Simon. Welcome, mate. Yeah, mine always tells me I've arrived at the car park.
So there's different doors, and there's different people within these doors that give you different
It
clues.
looks surprisingly a lot like Phantom Slayer. It's like
Well, it's basically the same engine, but
okay.
there's a more of an adventure in element. to it.
Okay, Phantom Slayer without the phantoms.
Yeah. There's still lots of ways to die. Like if you get in the elevator and you don't have the right clues, you'll just get killed. It's a different game. This is one I've not ever won, to be honest.
Cool. Oh, Tim Gilberts actually says she sounded Australian. Okay, so could be an Australian robot.
So a second one here, and of course these are featuring the original artwork for the Dragon
Yes.
versions, which is much better, as I've repeated many, many times through
Oh, yeah.
most of the CoCo stuff we saw.
I like the board there too. I don't know if that's a 3D print of the Dragon 32
I think it is
kind
actually.
of badge. Yeah, that's cool. Looks
Just
nice.
judging by the
the kind of
texture of the dragon.
Yeah. The crustiness
So this is
of it.
two Spectral games. That's the thing in common here. So there's Galagon, the Galaga clone, Pangon, which is the Pango clone. And of course, Galagon, because it's on PAL, you get that kind of weird shifty green,
Yeah.
purple as the things move. But in black and white, it still doesn't play too bad.
No, it actually looks kind of interesting with the kind of pulsating colors.
They look more alien.
Yeah. Get your ship, dude.
Lions, stun them by knocking them against the walls, or crush them to a
No,
horrifying...
I've played Pangon a lot. I've never seen a mermaid, topless mermaid floating around in that game. I don't know if you guys have. Maybe it's on a later level.
death with sliding ice blocks.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an
You must
Australian.
guide your penguin through the icy maze, looking out for those awful.
Now, this is one that
sisters
we
and
saw in
have
People
been
for
mindful.
Artifact Colors.
Dinner,
I'd never seen it in
your
this mode
only
before. And it actually
protection
doesn't
is
look too
cubes
bad. I mean,
and
probably
with
should have
them
switched some of the
judgment you
colors
can
around,
kill the
but
nasties by
not bad.
flinging
The
cubes
yellow
at
makes a
them.
good white, for ice.
Yep.
Blue penguins aren't terrible.
Now, Nick, is this the version you saw in Australia? Or did you guys get the white stripe
I
artifact
never
color.
saw the black and white one.
So this was uniquely to the UK market then, and Europe.
Must be, yeah.
Yeah, I saw this one.
Looks good.
I saw this one, Curtis.
Okay, so like in the UK, this is the way it was sold.
There are 3
obviously.
magic
Yeah.
ice cubes, which look different from the rest. These magic
That's interesting. So in Australia, they cheaped out and just gave you the copy of the North American one. Didn't even patch the phone.
We just pirated the North American one.
I see.
For archival purposes and preservation, archival and preservation purposes.
Distributed backups. That's like worldwide distributed. Yeah.
We are protecting the future.
So next up is
Caterpillar.
2 Tom Mix ones. There's Caterpillar Attack, which is the original early 1982 version, which
Why
was
is the Caterpillar
of course.
2 licking a monkey down there? That looks inappropriate.
You'll see why in the splash.
Okay.
Now, Caterpillar 2 was not just like a reskinned or maybe done into artifacting colors. It actually was rewritten by the Rugby Circle, the same guys that did Buzzard Bait, remember?
Yes.
Or Death Trap, and the graphics are actually quite a bit better. It's like I said, it wasn't just a minor upgrade. They actually redid it a fair bit. They actually changed the screen color background so that like the original one or Colorpede does, it actually switches the colors of the
Okay.
screen mushrooms and stuff as you go between screens. So
Oh, just let us see it. Quit talking. Let's see it.
Magic mushrooms.
Fast forward. Okay. And just quick trivial note, the original Caterpillar Attack from Tom Mix, that was the first game I got on my CoCo because somebody gave me a cassette copy of this when I brought my first CoCo home for the first time.
The object of the game is to accumulate as many points as possible by destroying caterpillars, mushrooms, and spiders.
this one, it didn't have the full vertical movement, which was kind of annoying.
Yeah, and you
but it
could
was the
get a
first one
head
I saw
start.
this game too. But its sound effects actually were not bad.
Yeah, the explosion was pretty good.
Pretty
You
quick.
could get one of those heads stuck between 2 mushrooms and it'll just go back and forth forever.
Yeah.
And you could just clear the rest of the mushrooms.
And no scorpion in this one.
No, but there's a spider. Yeah, this was my first third-party CoCo game I had. So
Whenever a caterpillar said,
So there's the loading screen for Caterpillar 2.
what the hell does a monkey have to do with it?
Stop the descending
Wow.
caterpillar with your
Tom
rocket
Mix
gun
and the
before
king.
it winds
He's
its
probably
way
got
that
through
as
the
a-
mushroom
Yeah,
field.
exactly. That was their big selling one, was the king. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it alternates between the 2 modes.
yeah, and the
And
Caterpillar
you- and
moves
you
much
can
more
go up and
smoothly.
down. Yeah, this one actually looks more like the arcade. And there we have a, is it a seahorse or something? What was that? The scorpion. That was the mermaid there, that scorpion. That was the mermaid from the Penguin game. So
Those Puyan colors.
Puyan colors.
when the caterpillar reaches the bottom of the
Well, one
field,
nice thing about
it
like the
will
original
start to move
arcade
back.
game always changed the color of the mushroom. That's how you could tell what level you were on. Now,
Right.
obviously, the CoCo versions we didn't have a big enough palette to really do that. But Colorpede would switch between blue and red using artifact, and this one obviously switches between the green and the Puyan palette, as
Yeah.
it calls it. But yeah, the graphics are much improved. It adds a scorpion that was missing. It's a much improved
Yeah.
game.
It looked like it went from P mode 1 to P mode 3. So you had the higher resolution and much more detailing in the character images.
Yeah, smoother animations. All the monsters are there. Switching the palettes, full vertical movement like that you had in the original game, where you can move like the bottom quarter, fifth of the screen instead of just 2 positions.
Beauty.
Do you think this TV's kind of squished in a little bit and up at the top because there's a black bar at the bottom?
Oh, yeah, he's a little
to the top of the player's
little
area.
misaligned, but
Also, its regeneration
It's not, there's no
process
waves
starts.
running through it. So it
That
captures
is,
on the camera
individual head
perfectly.
segments will begin.
Yeah, that is quite well there. And we've seen that same TV on that other channel that does Dragon games too, if I remember correctly. Except he's got lava lamps and everything else too.
No, I thought he had the round, like the
Oh yeah,
round
no, that's
TV.
right. Yeah, he had the round.
Like a space helmet or something. No, that's cool. Cool channel. I like
yeah,
it.
I'm gonna keep an eye on it. He keeps doing these themes too, so I'm wondering what other themes he might try to pick. He might pick some unique UK games too that we didn't see too much here in North America. And that's the end of the game on news, so I can go straight into the regular one.
Hey, we've
Don't
been
worry
joined
about
by
playing.
Simon Jonathan. How you doing, Simon? Good to see you, mate.
And not so bad, not so bad. So could be better, could be worse.
I haven't been on in a few weeks, but I remember you showing updates on porting the Pac-Man game thing to MC10. How's that going along?
What the this
Ghost
one?
Rush, you mean?
The Ghost Rush thing, yeah.
This one.
Oh, I can't see it.
Is that a mouse pad?
Yes, it's a mouse pad. I got
Here,
it.
let me stop sharing for a sec. We'll let you show that off.
That's nice.
Oh, look at that.
Got
That
a
is
mouse
cool.
pad from. Got a mouse
We'll hold it
pad
up again, Simon, because we didn't have it on the stream there. So there you go.
Happy anniversary, by the way.
Thank you. So, I got a mouse pad from. Yeah, what's his face?
Paul Shoemaker.
What's his face? So many people I helped.
Yeah, that is very cool.
Got a mouse pad from him for porting it to MC10.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and actually, you've got another port we'll be talking about here when we get down to the MC10 news. So
Yes, that one's going to be a lot harder. But I was one of the original authors on the game, so I should know what it's about.
yeah, and it looks pretty good. I mean, considering the limited palette you're having to pick from. So okay, so the first one here, the Franken Diary, which is Tim Linder's personal
Linder.
blog. There's a lot of really cool stuff if you go back through here, including how to do stuff like build the DICOM phaser interface. So you can plug in a Sega Master light gun into your CoCo and play the DICOM light gun games. So anyway, this was one that's actually generated a fair bit of discussion on Discord and elsewhere too. So it's called VDG Study. And it's basically going through and comparing the actual character set for the various VDGs, the original VDG that's uppercase only, the T1 VDG that has lowercase built in. We do know stuff shifted around because they had to make room for descenders, et cetera. And then comparing with the emulators. And they've been finding there's subtle differences that actually have existed this entire time, which are now just getting fixed. XROAR just released one that fixed up some of the characters they found wrong in XROAR. I think Tim submitted ones for MAME, so we should be seeing that coming out soon as well. So this first screenshot, sorry for the audio only listeners here, is comparing a real CoCo 2 with MAME CoCo 2. Now there's some color differences. I'm not quite sure what that shot. I think you just had the palette set wrong when we took the screenshot, but that's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at the actual characters themselves. And you'll notice he's got three things that are listed here. So the stem of the number 3 is too short in MAME. And if you take a look, that stem he's talking about, the little center part that goes left to right from the right-hand side, is actually a pixel wider.
Oh, yeah, it's shorter.
On a real
yeah.
CoCo 2 versus the main one. It's such a subtle difference. I've never noticed it all these years.
Right.
And then the same with E and F, the stem is too short. So there's 3 characters that got affected kind of roughly the same way.
It's all a STEM related issue. So.
Yeah, it's like stem cell research.
Stem cell research. There you go. CoCo 2B with the T1 chip.
Yeah, and now you're going to see his list is pretty long. So overall, all the characters need to be pushed 1 pixel to the right and 1 pixel up to properly fit in their boxes. And you'll see that actually they are bouncing around. And this is the uppercase only mode. This is not using the lowercase. So the stuff is all shifted off. So everything's a little bit off, which is why some of the Semigraphics 24 stuff that actually uses text characters actually is not right. And then if you go through the actual individual characters themselves, there's quite a few here. The @ sign has an extra pixel. The G is the wrong shape. And you'll notice that is true because there's more of a flat edge on the top, for example, and a curve on the lower right. So it's different in a couple spots. J has an extra pixel. The pound sign is extra pixels. The dollar sign is extra pixels. The apostrophe is missing some pixels. The comma is missing some pixels. 6 is the wrong shape. 9 is the wrong shape. Like there's quite a few differences here. In fact, the apostrophe, take a look at that. It's on the 4th row, 4th from the right. Is quite drastically different. It's a much thicker one on the real CoCo 2. It actually is a little square box and one little tick, and it's a very, just a couple of pixels on the emulator. So that's very different. And then we go into
so it kind of raises the question: how did the emulators get this in the first place? Because shouldn't the emulators have dumped it from the ROM? I just lost audio.
Oh, we're hearing you.
Okay, I hear it now. Yeah, like where did the emulators get the characters from in the first place?
I don't know.
Stevie, you can't get it from the ROM because then you have to read the VDG itself because the character set is inside the VDG. So you could just have to approximate.
Okay.
So it could just people were like looking at the screen and quickly entered them in and didn't notice that they'd shifted them, or maybe they were, they took the existing one and then when they made the T1, when they modified the characters they at first glance thought were different and missed a few. It could be that. And then next up, they have the CoCo 2B in lowercase mode. once again, all the things are shifting around up
Wow.
and right.
They're like dancing. Yeah. It's a ton of stuff there.
This one's got a bit of an odd one though. Like in general, if you remember the CoCo 2 one, everything shifted 1 pixel sideways and 1 pixel vertically, and then it fixed all that. Except in this case, when you're in lowercase mode, the lowercase j is vertically correct. It just needs to be moved horizontally. And you can see in the upper right corner there. So that's a little bit of a different, like that one didn't bounce both ways.
So they're looking at the VDG's memory and dumping it and getting all this from there.
Well, that's what Simon was just saying. You can't. It's built into the chip itself. There's no way to get at it.
There's no way to read it?
No.
No.
Essentially, the T1 VDG is shifted up 2 pixels because of the lowercase descenders.
Yeah, they had to make room to fit the bottoms of like G's and
basically the same character set. There are a few characters different, like the 0 with a slash through it.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it's shifted up 2. But if you look at the data sheet for say the T1, there are various data sheets for different models. There is actually a character set where you have the boxes themselves. You can see the actual character set in the boxes. So I don't know if someone got something wrong by shifting it right or up or left or something like that.
yeah, but some of them are quite a bit different. Like take a look, for example, at the lowercase y, which is on the 3rd line on the screen from the top, 4th from the left, and it's quite different. So that wouldn't be just, you shifted it wrong. It's
Right.
actually you drew it
It's
completely
almost
wrong.
a different bitmap pattern too in some of these things. Yeah. So it's not just a pixel difference. It's a yeah, that's interesting though.
How did they get these then?
If you look at the data sheet for the T1, I mean, I've posted it on my website. It actually has the character set in boxes. It's a very bad scan because it took me years to find. Very bad scan, but you can actually see the character box. You can actually see the correct position of this. So maybe someone got it wrong.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, the original T1 VDG specs from Motorola didn't have any of the character set mappings on them. I think that wasn't included with the original specs, was it?
Well, I have a data sheet with the actual character set mapped into boxes.
On the original non-T1?
On the T1, but I also have another one on the non-T1.
Okay, because I have a non-T1 VDG. It's one of the original Motorola brown and white ones, and it doesn't have the character ROM. So maybe they made 2 versions of it later on or something.
So I have this. I have this. If anyone needs it, I have this.
Okay. Well, it sounds like now that Tim's kind of found this. I know Kieran's already fixed it in Xroar, and I'm pretty sure Tim's fixing it in MAME. So I think VZC is the other one. I'll have to get caught up, but hopefully we'll get them all finally fixed here. But there's quite a few differences. Like the number 9 looks quite different between the two.
Number nine.
So explain to me how they got these in order to compare.
I think if at the top of the web page, I think he used an RGB output on a real CoCo to capture the screen from the CoCo. And then the other one's done on an emulator. So once you have the emulator screen up, then you can just kind of screen capture that. So yeah, he says he used a RGB to HDMI to be able to get the output from the real color computer.
Nice and clean.
Screen grab. Yeah, it's just basically screen grabbing them both. Kind of doing a screenshot of each one.
So was there a poke or something to get all these to display themselves?
Yeah, you can write a program. You can write a program just to poke all the characters on the screen in whatever pattern you want. So
here's the CoCo 3 one. Now in this case, it just needs to be moved up. A comma needs to also be moved to the right. So this one didn't do the diagonal shift; it only did the vertical shift.
Okay, much more subtle, minor differences in the CoCo character set than the CoCo 1 and 2.
And then
this is a case of somebody who's having a hell of a lot of time to figure all this stuff out and notice.
I think this is during his hangover phase from after recording the Drunk Sibling Rivalry show. So this is kind of his way to sober up.
That's pretty cool, though. and by the way, Jim Gary's out there saying hello. Hey, Jim Gary. And we just covered all your basic 09 stuff a little while ago.
Yeah, and thanks for finding all those bugs, Jim. I actually do mean that. I'm trying to the whole point behind version 1 was this is relatively bug free as far as we knew, and of course Jim found some that I have to fix now. So That's good because it'll be more bug free than I was originally planning because I didn't know those bugs existed.
Now, Alan from AC's 8-Bit Zone also chimed in saying the character ROM may also need to be corrected in other places like CoCo DV, CoCo VGA, and the Gimme X too. It's possible. Yeah.
Well, the Gimme X is nice because actually one of the new features that was added in May, and I mean, unless you're on the Gimme X team, you would know this, but there was an update in May, not too long before CoCo Fest, that actually you can now upload a brand new ROM to the Gimme X. So you can redefine the character set like the CoCo VGA does. And you can do that on the 4080 columns font and on the 32 column font. So,
and before you move on to a new topic, I'm going to have to jump off. So I just figured I'd say hi if I'm having to interrupt you guys again. But I enjoyed being on. I got to get ready to pack because we're leaving at dark 30 tomorrow. So,
well, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully that can happen more often as summer holidays come to an end, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know you're kept pretty busy around the house and the garage here lately. So
yeah, and then we just got a new roof put on this week. So that was just a whole nother thing going on. So yeah, it's always something. So first world problems.
Yep.
All right, guys. Take care.
Hey, later, Stevie.
Keep calm and CoCo on.
Curtis.
Yes.
Can I just share my screen for a moment?
Sure.
I'm just gonna. Okay. Share screen. Is that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That is the T1 VDG set that I have on the website. So you can see the boxes. You see exactly where it is. You probably need to zoom out a bit more. But that is from the actual document from the T1.
From Motorola itself.
Yeah. The advanced document.
Okay. I do remember I've seen this before, I think on your site actually. But I don't recall seeing it for the original VDG.
I can find that as well, but probably not right now, but I can find that as well.
Well, no problem. Like I said, everybody seems to have noticed now. So the emulators are getting fixed, and as other people have mentioned, some of the hardware upgrades will need to get patched for that too. On the Gimme X, it'll be super easy because you can reprogram it dynamically anyway. Same with the CoCo VGA.
So, but I'm going to stop sharing. But if anyone wants that, I just posted a link in the chat.
Okay, if you can, Simon, can you post it into the Twitch or YouTube chat too, so that I guess record it on the stream because only us on the panel can see the chat here. So hopefully the viewers. Or do you want me to just cross?
Yeah, well, if you look at the chat, or I can hit you up on Facebook.
What do you prefer? Post in the chat.
I posted a link in the chat.
Yeah, I just grabbed it out of the chat from Zoom here, and I put it into the. Well, in my case, I put it into the Twitch chat, but that'll show up on the live stream so everybody can see it.
Okay, because that document took me years to find because I was like, okay, no document on the T1. You can get 6847, but not the T1. So all of a sudden, some random dude out of nowhere, oh yeah, I have the T1 document. About 3 years after the fact.
So the actual matrix is 8 pixels wide, but the font is made with 5 pixels.
Yeah, it's an 8 by 12. It's an 8 by 12 box. It's an 8 by 12 box.
Yeah.
And the 12 is because of the VDG. If you look at the row preset, you look at the VDG, you got the RP, you got the RP pin row preset, because you can do an external ROM. And this is
that's how the lowercase kits worked back in the day. They'd tap into that.
Yeah, into the RP, yeah. And that's how we scroll as well, tapping into the RP.
But if they'd used a 6 pixel wide font, it would have sat more central in that 8 pixel wide matrix.
Yeah, but come
yeah,
on,
they
Nick.
didn't think of that.
Come on, Nick. They just wanted the font, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it doesn't make that much of a difference because there's enough space on both sides. And when you run them all together, it's the same spacing, whether you shifted it left or whatever.
Yeah. But like you say, some games that took advantage of that in those pixels, are the shifting of the dots screws up some of the
Protectors 2 is a big one because that's where the little
Yeah.
waving guys you have to rescue there. Of course, it's picking different
Yeah.
lines of the character, so it doesn't look like a waving guy at all.
Yeah, and again, if you did something like SG6 is completely naff. SG6 is completely naff on a T1. It just doesn't work.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It just does not work, you know.
Okay.
But
That's
yeah,
a 64 by 48 mode, basically.
yeah,
right?
but it's like SG6 is really funky because you've got like nuclear green and nuclear yellow, and it's a very, very limited mode. But some games actually use that. I think it's
Yeah,
a UK
I know some of
game.
Jim Gary's MC10 games use that mode, so in particular.
Yeah, but on the MC10 it's good.
Yeah, because it's the original 6847.
Yeah, exactly. But the T1 just they took over some bits and just funked them out to do an orange border, a green border in text mode, and all this.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they did the full border, they did the reverse video, lowercase on off, and all that kind of stuff. They kind of stole the bits at FF22.
Yeah, but the worst thing is they did not support it in ECB.
Yeah.
It was just poke me here and poke me
Well, they didn't
there
even
and
tell you
poke
about
me
it. It's not
everywhere.
mentioned in the manuals or anything else too. I know some like Mikey Term, the terminal program, used it, and a few other programs did use it back in the day. And some after they discovered it, kind of updated their programs to do it. But yeah, it wasn't widely advertised, and there was no way to tell from a program whether you had that chip or not.
Well, if you type a zero, if it's got a slash through it, you got a T1.
Well, yeah, you can do it visually, but you can't just have a program query something to go, I've got lowercase, turn it on. You have to prompt the user. There's no way to find out. That was one thing that sucked about it.
Exactly. So it's like, why? Again,
Even
why-
fixing like a certain byte in the ROM to say that, oh, yeah, we have a T1 VDG, you could have at least done something with it. Like scripts, it could have defaulted to lowercase because that's the most awesome game ever written type thing. So.
Yeah, but why did Tandy do that?
or Motorola.
Yeah, the shifting part, I mean, I kind of understand shifting it somewhat because when they originally designed it, they had no intention of doing lowercase, though they did have the external ROM. So they could have kind of fixed that up a bit, but some of the
Bit of
other
a crazy
subtleties-
idea though, having inverse to be viewed as lowercase in the original design.
It wasn't the only one that did that, though. I'm trying to remember. There were some old terminals that did that too, because they had very limited. Like they were going for cheap, right? They didn't want to have an extra ROM that has to have all these extra characters defined. So, I'm trying to remember what it was. Was it an ADM? One of the really early ADMs, I think, might have had that. There was some other thing that also had forced uppercase for lowercase with some weird inverse video thing. It was an 80 column terminal. I just don't remember which one it was. Anyway, really interesting. It's obviously causing some emulators to get patches and updates. The X-Row run we'll be covering shortly actually already has been updated to fix some of the ones that it had wrong for the various types of CoCos that it emulates. And MAME, obviously, since Tim's directly involved with that, should be fixed fairly soon too, if it hasn't been already.
Actually, I wonder how the graphic characters work in a what they would use the full eight pixels in the 8-character cell.
Yeah, they use
wouldn't
they use 4 pixel wide for each sub part, and then
so that way it's centered.
6 vertically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't know that about the text.
Yeah.
And the nice thing is, if you've got a CoCo VGA, you've got CoCo VGA like on the CoCo 2, you can actually populate that character box, as in the 8x12, to have a custom character set like in C64.
Yep, and the Gimme X supports that now too.
And you can also do background, foreground colors on that.
Yeah.
So basically, you could actually do a tile set using characters like they did on the C64, because a lot of C64 games were not actually
sprites; they were just tiles. Yeah.
They use character sets.
Yep, Stevie's Bomb Away game actually for the CoCo VGA specifically does that, redefines the character set for it.
Yeah, and this is what I still need to do, because I was going to do a demo. I'd done one demo on the CoCo VGA with the bouncy donut, but that's just high res using the 16 color mode, which hijacks every other scan line to provide extra colors. So it's a 128 by 96. But I was actually going to do a character set mode where I'm just going to redefine like an A in 2 or 3 where it shifts from one character box to the next. So you could actually do like a sinus scroll text.
Yeah, you could do like pixel specific if you use multiple characters. It's kind of like the old DOS machines on early VGA and stuff where you could redefine the character set. They would have a text mode, like an 80 column hardware text mode, but they redefine a bunch of characters to have the mouse cursor at different pixel offsets. Sometimes it would be between 2 characters. You could smooth move your mouse, even on the hardware.
Can you redefine the character set in real time?
You
on
can
the
redefine the
CoCo VGA?
character set. You
Per
can
frame, I think,
redefine
right?
the character set per frame.
Yeah. I think the Gimme X works that way too, though I haven't fiddled with it yet.
So every 60 hertz, you could, 50, 60 hertz, you could redefine the character set.
Yeah, so you can animate things.
Yeah.
You can
without having
animate
to have
things indeed.
multiple. Yeah.
And you can have different foreground, background colors. So
Right.
you could actually make a pretty good game on the CoCo VGA just using characters, and it will give you like 512 byte screen for a whole high-res screen. Because
yeah,
there's some definite potential what you can do with that.
You can redefine every single pixel in the 8x12 box.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what people like Simon or Nick or some other people could do with the well, like I said, both the CoCo VGA and the Gimme X will support that now. So like on the Gimme X, because you can redefine your characters for the 80 column screen. Like one thing I could do is I could take the graphic font from Rogue, for example, which currently takes a 16K graphic screen to do, and then redefine the character set to match with the different, people and gold and doors and stuff like that. And then actually now it's a 2K screen. So you have 8 times less memory to move around. You can greatly speed it up. And then you can do, like you're mentioning, you could add in animations. You redefine so the guy actually walks or whatever, as opposed to just
Welcome
jumps.
to the world of C64.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, quite a few of the old, I mean, even the Nintendo has a tile-based system, some of that, if I remember, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of machines did that back in the day, or would combine having a layer of tiles and then you have sprites over top that you could do both simultaneously. All right, so this next one here, talking about updating for the VDG here. So XRoar 1.1, which we'll be discussing in a bit more detail a little bit later here, which fixes some of those glyphs and stuff, as well as a bunch of other things, is now available for the Coco Pi project. So you can actually get the update automatically if you have a Coco Pi installed for your Pi 3, Pi 4, Pi 400. I won't cover all the different things that are updated here because we'll kind of cover that when we jump over to the actual XRoar update for the actual software you can download for running on a PC or a Mac or whatever for actually running emulation. But if you have a Coco Pi and you want to get the update, it's now available, thanks to Ron and Clem. Next up, we have Richard Kelly, and this is a program I didn't get a chance to try, but it sounds kind of interesting, called Mode 2 Utility. This was originally released by T&D Software. T&D, of course, was a tape magazine for the CoCo. Magazine is its nickname back in the day. We've actually covered some, Terry Steen, some of his games were published to that, so we've covered T&D a few times before. Now, this particular one is mainly meant for the CoCo 3. And basically, from what I understand, and if anybody's tried it, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but basically, if you want to run some old CoCo 1 and 2 games, there used to be some patches you can get like 40K through BASIC or something like that, because not all of the upper 32K was used by BASIC. Basically, even with a disk drive plugged in, it would only use 24K. So it was 8K basically just unused. And you had some basic patches that could give you 40K in BASIC, or you could store graphic shapes or screens or whatever else up in the upper 32K. On the CoCo 3, of course, Super Extended BASIC took over all that, copied it to RAM, but the upper 32 is completely full. So this is a little patch program called Mode 2 Utility. And basically what it does is it converts the CoCo 3 back to CoCo 2 mode, takes all the super extended basic stuff out. But if you wanted to run some of these old CoCo 1 2 games or make a new one for the CoCo 1 and 2 and gain that extra 8K back, it would let you do that. So this could give you the ability to do a 40K basic program or add an extra screen or graphic shapes or whatever else you wanted to do. And so Richard Kelly was kind enough to upload this to the CoCo group on Facebook, a disk image called Mode 2 Util Disk, UTL. So if anybody's interested in doing that, you can grab that there. Now, he does have a question here, and like I said, I haven't had a chance to look at this yet. He mentions that what's peculiar is that the start and the save M addresses go way beyond the size of the ML program itself. I'm guessing at this point, having not actually looked at it, that it might be one of those segmented files where it's like loading a chunk here and then it skips a bunch of bytes and loads the next chunk here, so that as you go through and kind of accumulate where it's going, it's going to cover from this address to this address, but there's probably gaps in the middle. And that's why the file looks like it's much bigger than it's actually loading. because it's only loading in bits and pieces as it goes. That's my guess, but if anybody gets a chance to take a look at that and report back to us next week, I'd be kind of curious. Next up, this is pretty exciting. And I can't remember how to pronounce his last name here. Is it Roja or Rojas? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But Mike Rojas, I'll just say Rojas for now. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Has been fooling around with VCC. And one thing that VCC has not really had that MAME has, and I think even Expert has a version of this, is a debugger where you can actually like monitor memory and monitor the registers and the stack and everything else to figure out what's going on behind the scenes. Really makes debugging easy. I use this in MAME all the time. He's been working on one for VCC now, and he's got some screenshots of it here, and he actually has a little video as well, kind of talking about the project and demoing it a little bit. I won't play the whole thing. I think it's 4 or 5 minutes. I'll let him do the introduction, and we'll kind of skip ahead a bit here, but you guys can kind of see a little bit. As soon as I unmute him.
Hey, I've been working on something that I thought would be interesting to the community, and I wanted to share it with you. So I've been playing around with the virtual CoCo Windows.
Oh, I don't know if that worked or not. Nope.
You broke it.
No, Facebook's got a bug on some videos where a full screen doesn't function properly for sharing. In fact, I think I just killed the video, so I can't even play it. Oh well.
Bring back.
I'll zoom up the screen here because I mean this is basically what it's showing here. So he's got Space Raiders, the actual game by John Crawford, being shown in the middle. And then you can see below that he's got a processor window, which actually has the registers and what each one contains, what the condition code flags are. Even includes the 609 registers in there too. So you can take a look at the mode register, the bead register, etc. And he's got a memory dump screen on the far right. You can kind of see if memory's getting modified. And then the far left, he actually has the current instruction stream disassembled. So you can take a look at that too. And this is similar to what MAME's debugger does too. Now, I believe Xware has a debugger. I don't know if Simon or Nick or any of you guys would know off the top of your head if it does.
I don't know.
Not per se. I think Xware does a dump to something where you can take an outside debugger and plug it in.
Oh, okay.
Don't think
so. It's not an interactive one live like this. It's more of a plug-in style. Okay.
Exactly.
So, everybody, I know he's reached out to Bill Pierce. I don't know if Bill's responded. Bill's kind of in charge of the VCC distribution stuff. He's not the programmer on it. He's got some other people doing the programming parts of it. But he's kind of in charge of keeping the project and the documentation going. So I know Mike has approached him about getting this included in VCC, which I think would be awesome, especially for developers. Like I know, Nick, that's your favorite emulator to run because it's the easiest one to set up and get going.
Yeah.
It doesn't have some weird quirks like MAME does on occasion or extra.
No brains required, yeah.
Well, the MAME debugger is really, really good once you get into it.
Yeah, but that initial leap to get into it's a little bit difficult.
Well, if anyone needs help on that, I've just got a command line for that, and it just hops right into the debugger. And
yeah, I myself, I made a batch file just to go -debug on the command line. It brings it up.
It's really easy to get into. You just need it windowed, especially in Windows. You probably need MAME to be windowed instead of like full screen.
Yeah, because you can make multiple windows, and I do use that. I'll monitor direct page over here and the screen over here, and something else. Yeah, the only problem I have with the MAME debugger, and I don't know if VCC would handle this either, is the CoCo 3's MMU. Like sometimes I want to be monitoring data that's outside of the current process 64K space, and I haven't found a really easy way to do that yet.
Well, you've got different areas you can look at. You can look at this RAM, you can look at the controller, you can look at all kinds of things in MAME, but probably not just the MMU on its own, isolated.
Yeah, or with the MMU, maybe like I want to access the full 512K because I've got some other thing that this real routine I'm running right now is dependent on later on, and I want to kind of be able to look at what that's got in it. That's the one thing I'm missing right now is that it's not super easy to do that.
If we
it's not its case because it's constantly switching between tasks of different MMU mappings. I want to trap something in the system, like say this the bug thing that Jim Gary found. I wanted to trap a breakpoint at this address because that's where the CoVDG driver goes south, but it's switching between the system map that actually has that driver I'm trying to debug and then the program that's running on its own space in base 9. And that same address might be accessed at different times in both. So it's constantly false triggering on code I don't actually care about because it's in the wrong task map. So that kind of stuff I would love to see put into MAME at some point, though I don't know how easy that would be to implement.
If we are talking about debuggers, I'm just gonna plug VMC10 because the debugger in VMC10 on the MC10 is paramount. It's
Yeah, I've
really
heard that too, actually.
paramount. You've got register windows, memory windows, everything. Breakpoints. It's like, yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah. I mean, MAME has like watch points. You can watch if memory locations are getting written to or read from or both, or only with certain values or certain value ranges. Like it's got a lot of power if you get into it, but there's a lot of stuff to kind of slog through to figure out what all is available. Also, Tim Gilberts mentions XWord provides a standard GDB debugger interface, which I'm not sure what that stands for, but maybe you know, Simon.
Yeah, it's an external debugger.
Okay.
It's the one that comes with GCC compiler tools.
Ah, okay. So what does GDB stand for? That's just GCC debugger? Is that what it means?
I believe it's GNU debugger.
Okay.
GNU being, GNU's not Unix.
Anyway, he's got a nice little intro video there. He's reached out to Bill to get this included in the next VCC release. There was some requests to see if he could also get it in OVCC, which is a cross-platform version of VCC, because VCC is meant for Windows only. OVCC will run on Linux, OS 10, Windows as well. So it'd be nice if that can get incorporated into both, and that gives a lot of options for programmers. Because right now, if you want debugging on a CoCo 3 in particular, it's pretty well MAME, or I guess with the GDB debugger on XROR now. But it's nice to have the debugging options on all of them. So whatever you're most comfortable with as far as emulators go, you can just use them all.
With the video, I watched the video. I'm a bit confused. The leftmost window, it has the source code of that game, but it's also got comments. So how does he have that actually running in the VCC as well? It keeps when you're
MAME has
tracing,
that option too. Actually, it's you have to set up. You can set up like you can change it so this address will print this label, so you can have like labels instead of raw memory addresses. And you can actually put in comments in the code there too that you can link in, so it'll actually show them as it's going. I don't usually bother doing that because it's a fair bit of time to set that up.
Yeah, I was wondering where he was getting all that from. Yeah,
I'm not sure if his works that same way, or if maybe his actually can import like raw source code and figure out where it is and just do it from that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've
never. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine, Nick. Again, plugging VMC10. When you're compiling on the MC10 using, say, TASM or DASM X or whatever, you can create a list file. And on VMC10, in the debug, you have the actual option to import the list file, so you can look at all the labels and see where the heck it's going.
Yeah, and like I said, I know MAME has an option to do that too. Tim Linder, I think, was actually showing that off at one point. I just found it was a bit too much for me to get it all set up to do that way, especially considering I'm sometimes, like I said, I'm changing a system module here, and I'm running a basic 9 or a C compiled program or a semi-language program in the user space, and it's constantly switching between them. So it would get really confused because basically the debugger in MAME is showing you the 64K space of 609 Cs, which is constantly changing every 60th of a second. So it's a bit of a bugger. Like I said, I would like it to be MMU aware or task switch aware at some point, but I'm sure that's not easy to implement. And Mikey, go ahead, Nick.
Sorry. As Curtis knows, I've never used a debugger. they confuse me anyway.
Yeah, Nick is his own debugger, and
never.
And very occasionally, if Nick gets completely stuck, he'll give me a shout, and then I'll set up my MAME to run his code, and we'll see if we can try to figure it out.
Yeah, but I've always found the bug without it later anyway. So,
Nick, go out into the bush and get a kangaroo to kick you.
Yeah, but the difference is though that I'm not debugging other people's code. I'm just writing my own code, so I sort of know where things and what things are happening. But yeah, I can understand if you're debugging someone else's code, which you have no idea, then a debugger comes in handy for that, which I don't normally do. So hence I've never used a debugger.
Yeah, but if you've got a bad carry somewhere and it's stuffing you up, then You know what I mean?
It can help speed up the process. Let's put it that way.
Oh, I always tend to work it out. You know,
Oh yeah,
just
no,
by
it's not
looking at-
impossible. I mean, did you ever use ZBug in
Never, never. Even though I've got it with my EdTasm, I've never run it because it has breakpoints and all that stuff as well. But I've never used it.
Yeah. I have to say, like the EdTasm one I used to use in the days when I was learning assembly, because I'd breakpoint it to figure out what did this add do to the condition code register or something like that, because I was learning it. And it was a nice, easy way for me to visually see as you're going through code what exactly is happening. So for me, as a learning tool, it was actually pretty good. But doing actual code where you're trying to run like something real time with 60 hertz refresh drawing graphics, it's really hard to get that to run properly when you're constantly breaking out every 10th line or something like that. Or as I mentioned, if you're trying to do MMU based stuff in the CoCo 3, which is what most of my stuff is nowadays, because none of the debuggers currently handle that very well. So it's a bit of a different story. So I kind of see your point there. I also want to mention here in the chat, James Diffenaffer mentioned the list file contains that info in MZ10, which is what Simon was talking about. And then also Mikey mentioned he used XROAR and GDB, the GNU debugger, in his EOU IDE video, which is where he actually redid a boot file for ease of use to be able to use the IDE driver that's built into XROAR. So seems to be fairly useful. And Tim Gilberts mentions debuggers are handy when you have a bank switching, but just to keep track of what is visible. That's kind of what I've the MMU thing I was talking about with task switching is. Because it does help you see like what is the CPU actually seeing running the code. Now, in my case, I'm swapping the code and the data out simultaneously. So it does make debugging certain things a little bit more difficult when it's jumping between them constantly. And to your point, Nick, Steve York just popped in. Hi, Steve. I haven't seen you in a while. It says same here. I don't use debuggers for 6809 code.
There you go.
the two old school programmers here. There you go.
That's right. We never used them.
Hey, he just keys it in a binary.
Well, the thing is,
he doesn't even use an assembler. He hand codes it all. That's all.
The thing is, you start learning assembly language, you sort of learn how the CPU works, and if it's your own code, you sort of got an idea of where things are going, so you can debug it by yourself. Well, I find I can debug my own code by myself because I have an idea of what is happening. But yeah, if I was debugging someone else's code, I'd be lost.
I have to say, I can definitely debug it on my own, but I do use the debugger because sometimes it'll find it quicker because I have the forest for the trees problem where I expect the code to do this. And I look at the source code while it's running or, just, trying to debug something. And my brain just interprets it as, I know it should be doing this, so I'm just going to assume that. And you kind of skip over the part that's actually the problem. The debugger helps me flag it right away and catch it going, that's not doing what you think it does. You used a load B instead of a load A. So sometimes it helps speed it up where it might take me 5 minutes to finally look at it close enough and go, oh, that is a B instead of A. Whoops. The debugger will kind of flag it much faster because I'll be watching the actual register dump going and looking at A. Okay, it should be changing from a 20 to a 4. Why did B change? Type of thing. So it helps me find bugs faster. It's not that you need it to function. It's just that it's quicker.
You learn over time to look at everything and not assume that what you've done is correct. You analyze every step.
Yeah.
So
and another point that HC's 8-Bit Zone pointed out, and you pointed out earlier too, Nick, is that if you're trying to debug somebody else's code, which I know you never do because you hate doing
that. I don't do, yeah.
But I'm doing constantly. It does speed things up a lot there because you really don't know what to expect the code to be doing.
That's different. Yeah, that's right. You got no idea. It's like driving somewhere that if you know the place, you don't need a map. You know roughly where the roads go based on what you can see. But if you're in the dark, if you're driving somewhere and you have no map and you've got no idea where you're heading, well, yeah, okay, that's where it comes down to guesswork.
Yeah, but you're just hunting gold in the bush, aren't you, Nick?
Yeah, that's right.
But seriously, single stepping in the debugger, be that ZBug, be that MAME, be that VMC10, single stepping will provide you the flags on the register, like the CC, and you can see exactly what's going on. for me, single stepping is a massive thing. It's just you execute one instruction at a time. You see, yeah, my carry went wrong there. And I've got this branch that says BCC and it should be BCS, because my feeble brain kind of stuffed up.
Yeah, or even doing checking for an overflow, like you're trying to do a signed compare, and you did the instruction of a branch for doing an unsigned or vice versa. Like that's when I stumble on. Sometimes I use a branch of greater, and I should have used a branch of higher or something. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to this because it looks pretty good. It looks very similar to MAMES in some ways, and the fact that VCC is a much easier thing for people to start with, because setting up MAME originally, if you haven't got it set up ready, is a bit of a bear. And the debugger's so powerful, it's quite complicated in ways. So having one that's a bit easier, and the VCC is just basically install and go. If people are trying to learn assembly language and want to get into using the debugger to help figure out what the program's doing as they're learning it, I think actually it'd be a huge boon. And if you get it working with OVCC, so it works on other platforms besides Windows, that's even better yet. So he's definitely willing to do that. So once he gets it got, who's the guy in charge of OVCC? I'm trying to remember. Mark, do you remember? I know we mentioned.
Yeah, William, not William. What's his name? Z. Last name begins with a Z.
Yeah, he's European, right? If I remember.
Australian, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
I won't hold that against him. Walter,
yeah, Zambati.
Zydek or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
I thought it was Zambati. Zambati.
What's his face?
That might be it. Yeah, what's his face? Anyway, that would be really cool, because having a debugger across both VCC and OVCC, I think, would be a huge boon to a lot of people.
I think I like the way he's laying out those windows are nice and clean, easy. The layout's good. I can understand the layout and what he's doing in each window.
Yeah. And each window obviously is movable, so you can resize or whatever. If you're more concerned about the data dump, you can make the data dump window bigger than, say, the assembly window or vice versa type thing.
So Mikey says Walter's
Zambati. Right. That's it. Cool.
Would anyone be interested? Would anyone be interested in a rundown on ZBug?
I think in the future we might do that. I wouldn't do it on the show today.
No, not today.
We don't go for 6 hours, but yeah, I think that would be a good idea to do, because people that are just starting an assembly language probably don't even know what that means or what it does. So
yeah, because a lot of people when they're starting out use EdTasm until they discover like a cross dev, like
except Nick, he still uses EdTasm.
LW.
That's right. Yeah. 40 years later, and I still don't know how to use ZBug. So yeah, that might be useful.
Seriously, Nick, ZBug, right? If you get into ZBug, you're gonna love it, mate. You're gonna love it.
I've heard it's good, but yeah, I've never. As I said, I've been able to do everything without it. But yeah, I should learn it. Damn it, got to learn something.
I've got ZBug. I've got EdTasm and ZBug on an original cartridge. You stuff up the arse of a CoCo.
Yeah,
I have one too. I actually have two of them.
Anyway, I think we've done that story to death now. So now I'll go on to the next Mike story. And this is where he's doing some hardware. So he's making a keyboard adapter. It's going to be a universal keyboard adapter for all the CoCos 1, 2, and 3. And he said, I could not find a suitable connector off the shelf that would fit these old machines. The pads are standard spacing when no one seems to make that connector anymore. So here's my solution, a PCB made out of what is called rigid flex. This is a circuit board that is one part stiff and other parts flexible. The stiff part is the pads that connect to the machine. The flex part connects to the keyboard. So you can still bend, to get the keyboard plugged in. And I'll show some of the zoom ups here of the photo series. You can kind of see here the schematic for it. And there's some actual ones he got for testing. And he's got them made for the different, right now it's only for the ribbon plug-in style one. So the CoCo 2, I think the F-board CoCo 1 might have that same connector if I remember. And then the CoCo 3. So the older CoCo 1s, the CD and E boards, had the header pin connector version instead of the slotted style. I'm not sure if I'm using the exact right terminology here because I'm not a hardware guy, but I think that one, he said he wants to come up with a solution for that as well. He just doesn't have one of those to actually try it with.
Yeah, but this one's big because nothing else will fit into that membrane connector but some custom thing like this for the little board I'm using. It's impossible to do without something like this.
Yeah, Ed Snyder's got one, but it's much thicker than the original. Like it's a thicker pins. It's not the ribbon cable style, so you have to like force it in. It'll stay in really well because it's really, really tight, but it's obviously not the same thickness as the original. And you can see here he's got a CoCo 1, but it's the old, the newer F board style, which had the ribbon cable, not the pin version. But you can see it actually flexes like the flexible cable. It's just the connector itself is solid, so that's a bit different. Because I remember Ed's, I'd have to pull up mine here, but he actually has like actual ribbon cable coming out of it type thing, which is a bit more stiff. I like he's got this side faces up, so you don't put it in upside down. Anyway, it's pretty interesting because I mean he's doing a lot of like cool software stuff like the debugger and stuff for VCs, and then he's also designing his own hardware. So he's kind of a jack of all trades like Rick or Bill or some other people I know, and I'm supremely jealous of all of you for having both hardware and software skills.
He's a show off.
Actually, Nick, you know some about hardware too. You were helping design stuff for Gunstar and stuff here, and I'm just completely out of the hardware loop. I have no idea.
I fudge it well.
Yeah, I come up with ideas, and then all the hardware guys said that's impossible because, and then they explain why I'm an idiot.
And then Curtis goes back in his corner with his CoCo 3 and starts programming.
And solder my hair, while crying softly. Yeah. Okay, next up, this is a guy that just joined the CoCo group on Facebook recently. His name is Marco van de Meulenhof. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but he's got a website for selling badges, replacement badges for computers called retrobadgeman.com. And he just got into doing CoCo ones. Now, we have a few other people in the CoCo community that have been doing these as well, but he's been doing this for years with a whole bunch of platforms. He makes stuff for the Atari, makes stuff for the Commodores, the Amstrads, BBC Micros, all kinds of stuff. So he's been doing this for quite a few retro machines, and he seems to be doing a pretty good job here. So
yeah, it's not bad.
So here's like a 120K Color Computer 3 Tandy label. Here's a Radio Shack Color Computer 2 TRS-80 label, Tandy Color Computer 2 label. And he's duplicating as much as he can the original Tandy ones. 64K Color Computer 2 label. Here's one of his Model 3 ones.
Does he have a price per badge or?
Let me check here because he's got his actual site. Is it a bird? Is it plain? Yeah. No, it's Badge Man. So these are European prices here. So £8.75. And right now the euro is basically the same as the American dollar. So that's pretty close to US.
That's pretty cheap, yeah.
So $8.75 each for those. And he's got Model 3 ones here. He also sells like T-shirts. And if you go through this later stuff here, because I know some of you guys collect other retro computers, heaven knows why. He's got like Commodore stuff here, the monitor badge, in case the monitor badge went bad.
Diverse interests.
Commodore 1701 monitor badge. Amstrad stuff for keyboard layouts. The data quarter, which is a cassette drive for the Amstrad. He's got Atari ST stuff here. Commodore 65.
And he puts that clear plastic bubble over the label as well.
Yeah.
He does that manually or something. I wonder how he does that.
I don't know. The fact that he's making so many of these, maybe he has some sort of machine that does it for him, because he's making for so many retro computers here that I'm sure he's doing it enough that if there's a specialized machine that does that kind of stuff, he probably is invested in that. I don't know.
He must have, some way of doing it.
Anyway, if you have any retro computers, go check through there. If you need a replacement badge, like yours has been damaged or came off at some point and got wrecked. It looks like he's got quite a few of them, and like he's got a few other side things like T-shirts and stuff supporting himself. But they look to be pretty good quality. So, and as Nick mentioned, the prices are pretty decent. So I'm going to go back to page 1 where the CoCo stuff is. But... And if you have multiple CoCos, like if you have a CoCo 2 that needs a badge replacement and a CoCo 3, now some people, one other thing I will mention, he mentioned on the Facebook post is that he does do custom badges too. So if you wanted to make a 2 meg CoCo 3.1 or an 8 meg CoCo 3.1 or a 128K CoCo 2.1 or something like that, he is willing to do that as well. I imagine the prices will be a bit higher than the generic ones, but or the the ones that are actually replacing existing badges from Tandy.
Well, I guess you can print whatever whatever you ask him of, and he just
Yeah, as long as the
printer
size
that-
and the colors and stuff are the same, I imagine the cost wouldn't be too much different. But he on the Facebook post, he actually posted like he got a set of 6 of the one badge and a set of 6 of the next badge. So he's ordering it in bulk to get a discount. If you're doing custom, I imagine it's all single shot stuff, so it'll be a little more expensive.
That's if he's ordering. I think he's doing it himself, isn't he? Like he's got the printer and he's doing the
probably
the enamel. I think he's
Frank
doing
from
it
Retro
himself.
Rewind is mentioning in the chat. He says they are great quality, so I'm assuming you must have dealt with them before on the Amiga and Commodore side. And he says yes, he has a dedicated machine for what is referred to as epoxy doming, which is to do that bubble. So,
yeah, epoxy doming. That's the word.
Yeah, never heard of that word before, but it sounds cool.
Yeah, that's right.
Next up, so this is a webpage called Atari Hotel, and obviously he normally is dealing with Ataris here. But in this case, he managed to pick up a CoCo 2 that he picked up off eBay. Now, this is one of the ones that must have gone through a Goodwill or something at some point, because isn't it Goodwill the ones that cuts the power cords off? Or I don't know, some of the people have
The
done
ones
that.
the ones I got from Goodwill didn't, but you know.
Or some of them do because they would want to get sued if the electrical
Well,
supplies.
a lot of like maintenance and people, if something breaks, you'll cut the cord off so people won't try to use it again. But you know, that's just kind of a rule of thumb. Maybe someone just wanted a cheap cord, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I've never quite understood. I mean, the CoCo's not really dangerous with electrical levels. It's going to kill you if something is wrong with the power supplies. Or you can just, unplug it.
No, use the surfaceable parts inside.
Actually, I guess in Europe with 220 volts, it might be a bit more of a concern than here. Anyway, he made a video here because he got this one at Goodwill. It's a CoCo 2 64K. Might be a 2B T1 VDG like we're discussing earlier. He doesn't actually show the front or it turned on or anything because the power cord's gone. But he's mentioned he's going to try to fix it and get the power cord replaced. And this video is just a quick little minute one. I won't play it. You guys can check it out on his page. But basically, he recorded this just to show that this is a virgin one. It's actually a 64K stock CoCo with the warranty sticker still intact. And he had to break the warranty sticker's virginity by puncturing through it because he has to take it apart to get at the power supply to put a replacement cord in. So that's what the video is. So I'll be following to see what adventures he has with this CoCo 2 that he just got. He's never had one before. This one's not really news, but it was nostalgic enough that I said, heck, I got to include this. So somebody took a scan from the original 1981 60th anniversary Radio Shack catalog, the generic one, not the computer one, showing the CoCo, the original CoCo, because it was just the color computer. There's no one. And this is the very first ad in their catalogs that actually had the color computer in it at all. Now, this is the American one, so the prices are American at the time. Now, this is the 1981 catalog. This actually came out in the fall of 1980. You actually will see some references to that. If you take a look in the middle column under where it says as low as $3.99, you'll see that the extended basic add-on will be available in November 30th, 1980. So obviously this catalog did come out in 1980. And if I remember correctly, I think that was delayed. I think it came out a bit later than that. But this page here basically has the entirety of everything color computer related that Tandy had in that first catalog. So basically, had a 4K CoCo for $3.99. 16K memory upgrade was $119. The extended basic upgrade was $99. You can get the combined for the low price of $5.99, which is a minor discount, $10-20. The dust cover for $4.95. The cassette recorder with the cable for $59.95. The Black Beauty joysticks, or as they called them, dual gyrating joysticks back then, for $24.95. I kind of forgot they called it that. That was interesting. The color video receiver, which we were talking about last week, is Tim Linder made a skin of it for MAME to add on to the existing CM8 one he already had. Was also $3.99. So a 4K CoCo was the same price as the TV for it. And then the entire software catalog that was announced that first year of the CoCo. So all you had for software besides what you typed in yourself or had in the manual, because there's no third party at this point, was chess, Quasar Commander, pinball, football, checkers, personal finance, math bingo, and music. And that was the extent of it. That was everything you had available. So I thought that was kind of cool. How many of you were actually into the CoCos this early on where it was this price range?
Who preferred the black around the keyboard area that this first model CoCo had, because the later ones then had the silver.
they went
the
silver.
case went all silver. Yeah,
This
so-
is the
but
one
ver-
I had. My 4K CoCo was a D.
Yeah.
Oh no, mine was a D board, and that was from here. Except I remember this page. Unfortunately, I don't have my Canadian catalogs, but it was $549 for the computer in Canada, and in
Yep.
Canadian dollars.
And these ones are the ones that actually had the black plastic, I think.
Yeah,
Hence
yeah.
why
If you
it's
rubbed
got
off
that
the
black
silver
area.
page, you had black. The later ones were
Yeah,
white.
it was actually all black except the areas that they then spray painted.
Yeah. Yeah, I had one of these. I mean, this one has the RAM badge. The Radio Shack logo is off to the left, not centered.
To the left, yep.
That was a workhorse.
I'm
Ron,
digging
you have
this,
something to say? You're muted, Ron.
There's mine behind me.
There, I'll stop sharing. You can actually we'll highlight that.
Well, he's got to move to the
I wanted
side.
to show you guys this instead. Can you see that?
Yeah.
That is my word pack that I was telling you about.
Oh yeah.
See it?
Oh, okay, yeah. PBJ, that was the company I was trying to remember the name of.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the 80 column card for the CoCo 1 and 2 that they sold on their own for a bit. In fact, they used to have pretty big ads in Color Computer Magazine, Hot Cocoa, and Rainbow. And then Radio Shack ended up selling it through the third-party catalog. You can actually order through Radio
So
Shack
is that
itself.
the Radio Shack version? What you see there?
It'll say RS or Radio Shack on the cartridge, if I remember if it was the Radio
Yeah,
Shack
this
one.
does not.
So that might be the original. Because it was WordPack and
Yeah.
WordPack 2, I believe. And the 2 was the only one Radio Shack sold.
Yeah.
So did Radio Shack sell a PBJ version of it, or they made their own version of it?
It was the PBJ one. That was what they were selling third party. So
Right.
they were selling Disto Super Controller 2s.
All right. Yeah.
I think even the HCL57 keyboard was an option for them. They had a whole separate catalog. If you knew to ask for it, they never had this out so people could see that there was all this stuff available. Heaven forbid.
Yep.
Anyway, I thought that was pretty
you
cool
can-
nostalgia.
Yeah, and you can see the color TV as well, the proper CoCo TV down there, and also the Black Beauties with the metal stick.
Yep. The aluminum stick. Dual gyrating joystick. So that just floors me.
I
forgot
like it
totally that's what
says
they're called.
color video receiver.
Yes. It's not even a TV. It's a color video receiver.
Well, I think it is a TV. It's got buttons. I think. we can-
Oh, it is a TV.
I think. Yeah.
I remember watching TV on it. The reception at Radio Shack was terrible, but
Cool.
next up now, James Rye. I'm assuming this is the same Jim Rye that always appears on our Game On Challenge lives, right? Is that correct?
Must be.
Cricket.
I was hoping Ken might be able to answer that, but I don't know if he's still on the call.
Got to wake him up.
Yeah, he might be out swimming in the lake or something.
Well, there's a link that says jimrye.org, so must be.
Ah, I didn't even notice that. Duh. So anyway, we're obviously familiar with him. So basically this here, he's been working on an online disk editor. Now we've had a few of these we've talked about in the past from numerous people. And this is his version 1.0. So currently it only handles 35 track drives, basic standard disk, basic ones. So then one of the nice things, he's got the a text window that will de-tokenize and tokenize basic programs on the fly. You can save to your disk files. So you can actually import stuff into it. Now he does warn you, as with version 1.0 of anything, there may be bugs. So please don't override your original disk files. Use backups, which is of course good advice. Now, then one nice thing about this one here is this is not actually software you have to download and install. So, I mean, some of the other ones we've seen have been like Windows centric and they won't run under Linux or they won't run under OS 10. This is completely online based. So here's the interface itself right here. And you can just, copy stuff between disk images. You just mount them through the web browser using Java. And you can actually do stuff online. So you don't actually have to do any installations on your machine at all. Now, Nick, have you seen this page before?
No.
Take a look in the upper right corner. You see a little
Yeah,
button.
I know. Australian site. Wonder what Where does that take you?
Well, I was going to show you because I want you to
I
see the
get-
Australian version of Jim Rye's site here for this. Are
Does
you
it
ready?
tip it upside down? There it is.
It doesn't have color spelled right.
Oh, I should have changed color.
Yeah, I should change spelling of color to add the U in there
I
for the
think
Australian.
on the maybe I'd have to check. I can't remember if our Coco 2s used OUR or OR.
I know here I think they had OR because it was just cheaper just to leave the labels the same.
Yeah, I thought we had the same as well, but I could be wrong. Yeah.
No, I don't know if you know. It's like obviously the logo spins. Now, do you see the little header that says CoCo SD Disk Editor / Tokenizer version 1.0?
Yeah.
Where I'm highlighting here. Watch that as I switch to the Australian site too.
No, it says crikey. So we can assume this guy is Australian himself. Yeah.
Hey, I thought you'd get a kick out of that. I wanted to show the interface here too. The fact that it's an online disk editor, online tokenizer, detokenizer.
Yeah. No, it's good.
So, and obviously he's planning on expanding it later on to do a multiple track or different size discs, etc. So, but it's one of the few sites I've seen that actually is Australian centric in some ways.
So when it says it's a tokenizer,
That means you can import an ASCII text file of a basic program and it'll tokenize it for you.
and it'll convert it to the tokenized
Yeah,
version.
and vice versa. Yeah.
And vice versa. Yeah.
So it's not like womanizer.
No, that's Stevie.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said
Whoa.
that. Just
Ooh.
kidding.
Yeah, he's out of the room, so that's good anyway.
Okay, next up, this is a follow-up article on Alan Huffman's Sub-ETH, the software blog, and he's been going through and doing a lot of stuff of how variables work within BASIC. And he's covered the var pointer command, var ptr, which I always called varptar back in the day because I had no idea what the heck that thing did when I was a kid. It was some obscure, weird command listed in the manual. I had no idea, so I just said varptar because that's what it sounds like phonetically, and it actually stands for variable pointer. So var pointer or var pointer would obviously make a hell of a lot more sense. So he's covered a bit before, but basically it's a pointer to the the 5-byte packet of a real number type thing, and he's done some demonstrations on that before. And he goes a little kind of a recap here, like variables are 2 characters. It'll accept more than that, but it only takes into stock the first 2. It ignores anything past that. So stuff he's kind of covered before, how strings work as it points to the string pool at the top that you use the clear command to kind of define how big that can be, which are a little bit different than the real ones. But in this here, he actually goes into some details on some stuff he'd not covered before, which is how do these pointers work when you start dealing with arrays, and how 1 versus 2 versus 3-dimensional arrays work and how that is stored in there. So he kind of goes through that, explains how to figure out how that works here, and actually shows you basically where things are and how the memory gets allocated for them, et cetera, too. And one thing he found out that I did not know about, and I'd never really tried using the var pointer command with arrays, is that there's a big warning to worry about here. And then he's got a whole paragraph, and you kind of emphasize it with bold. So I'll just read this out for the audio listeners so they kind of know about it. The basic program is stored in memory, followed by variables and then arrays. At the very end of the memory is string storage. If you get a var pointer to an array and then create a new variable, the new variable will be inserted in variable memory and array storage will be relocated. This can and will render any var pointers you've done previously, I'm kind of adding a few words there, incorrect. To avoid this, make sure you declare any variables you plan to use before using the var pointer command. So that means don't define variables in the fly that you've not defined before, because that will script the var pointer. You'll have to either re-get the var pointer again, or you're going to have corrupted stuff where it's pointing to the completely wrong spot if you're actually using that. So there's a couple ways. You can either assign variables originally, like go A equals 0, B equals 0, A string equals CoCo, or whatever else at the beginning to do it, or you can dim them, and that'll allocate them as well. So you can kind of do it like we do basically, we define all your variables ahead of time. But that's a big gotcha if you don't know about that, and that's not something I would have realized. If you're doing arrays and you do an array and you do a var pointer to the A array, and then later on you do B string equals quotes hello Nick for the first time, all that gets shifted around. Your var pointer is no longer pointing to the right spot. So either you have to re-get it or you have to define your variables first. So nice big warning from there. I'm glad you actually researched that for people that are going to be using that command. Anyway, if you want to understand how variables work in Microsoft Extend Basic to the nth degree, this is a really good article that explains how it all works. How it determines sizes of arrays, the fact that, well, a lot of people know this, but the arrays are base 0. So you actually, if you do a dim A string 10, you're actually making room for 11 because it's 0 through 10. Which if you're trying to save memory in your program and you didn't know that, you're actually, anytime you do an array, you're probably wasting one of them completely. So, and he's got, sample source code and kind of showing how things work. So it's a really good detailed article on how variables work in Microsoft Basic. Next up, this is Terry Trapp. Now, we've featured some of his stuff before, including the one, I'm not going to play the video here because we played this before a year or so ago. So he's been working on a thing called the Propeller P2, which if I remember, some sort of microcontroller style board thing.
Yeah.
You hardware guys would probably know more of this than I remember. Now, the demo he did a year ago was basically, it's emulating a SID chip, the sound chip from the Commodore 64. And he actually plays some tunes and stuff using it. Now, one thing he's getting back into this project for the first time in a year is that he eventually wanted to make it emulate a complete 6551, the RS-232 chip. And he mentions here he's looking for other like-minded CoCo Propeller folks to kind of, join him on the journey, I guess, of doing this. And have any of you hardware guys, any of you played with the propeller chips? I can't remember the exact details.
It's a parallax propeller. It's just like a a Raspberry Pi or Arduino or something like that.
More the Arduino level. It's 8-bit.
It's the old basic stamp idea, but with multiple cores, if you will. So you can kind of make up for the processing shortcomings by just running multiple sort of processes. So
I had the multicolored hat with the propeller on it.
Yeah, kind of like that. Because the stamp's been around since before Arduinos, before everything. It's been
This is
around
one of the very first of these types of.
Yeah, since rocks and trees. This thing's been around since Jesus. It probably made one out of tubes at one point. So it's kind of interesting technology to still be getting pushed forward.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that little board he's got there, it looks fairly modern. So they must have kept this up as they've been going, I presume.
Yeah, they're still going.
And I know the SID chip demo was actually pretty impressive. So the fact that it's so diverse as these controllers are, that you can make this exact same thing become a sound chip or an RS-232 chip or whatever else is kind of cool.
Or a real-time clock.
No, we're doing that on the net now, Nick. Didn't you hear?
Oh,
I don't care about reality. It's all the network.
Okay, next up, Fabian Rodriguez, who I believe is also planning on attending VCF in Chicago here. He's also been updating the CoCo Wiki, the Wikipedia for CoCo related stuff. And he's just done an update to the CoCo 1 information here. And he was wondering if some people that want to go through it have any suggestions for corrections or additions of stuff that's missing, etc. And I will bring up the actual page here. So this is the page in question here. Now he's got it, I think, open for public access for editing, so that if you want to just go in and edit it, you can. Hopefully that doesn't get abused by idiots later on. They like to just firebomb wikis in general. So he has to close it down and make it private. But basically, if you guys have a fair bit of knowledge on the CoCo 1 in particular and want to kind of go through the stuff that he's mentioning here, make sure he's got everything properly typed in as far as details about the CoCo 1.
So Alan Huffman is the maintains the CoCopedia, and you can just talk to him and get an account. I have one there, so I can post stuff. So
okay, so it's not public, then it's
it may not be. Yeah, it is locked down for a couple of years ago because of graffiti and stuff. But anybody can get an account. Just talk with Alan.
Okay, good to know.
This doesn't include the agriculture ones that started before.
No, it's color computer. The agriculture stuff was video text. It's as far as Tandy's concerned, as far as the actual, the ROMs are, it's a totally different system. I mean, a lot of the hardware's the same, but it's not
just for kicks. Did the 4K only come in the 3001 unit, or?
Yeah, as far as I know, all the 3001s are only 4K.
Okay.
Yeah, the C and the D boards and the E board. The E board was the last board that supported 4K, I think, if I remember correctly, because it had 416 and 32K jumpers, and the F board ditched it entirely with 60 and 64K only. Next up, now, Nick, I'll let you talk about this one. So you posted in a schematic of the Orchestra 90, and you were asking about possibly putting 2 Orc 90 packs in to coexist, which would give you 4 DACs. And originally, I think you were thinking of having like 4 individual voices like a mod player would have that you could individually control. But the discussion kind of went into all kinds of different directions of what you could do with this.
Other things, yeah.
And I'm just kind of curious, like, where did the discussion all go? Like, one thing I thought of was you could actually make surround sound, because if you had basically you have left and right channels on each of them. Well, if you make a circle around yourself, you can make surround sound. You can have like forward, back, left, right. You could actually have like Phantom Slayer, Dungeons Daggerath hearing the monsters in 3D space or 2D space as opposed to just, straight ahead or back or whatever.
If you rewrote the Phantom Slayer code, yeah. But I was more thinking of having like on the Amiga, the Amiga actually has 4 DACs as well for in the design. And I just
and they have a DMA chip that just blasts.
Well, they've got other things to drive it, yeah, so it's a bit more powerful. But basically, it's 4 DACs, 8-bit DACs for that matter too. So I just thought the Orchestra 90, because the wires that select each of the DACs in the Orc 90 goes to that IC3. I don't know if you can move your pointer and point to IC3, which is, IC3. See the 2 wires going in? So I thought, well, there's a whole lot of not connected pins as well. Does that mean you could just shift those wires to basically address each of those ROMs? And if that's the case, then technically you could plug in up to, 4 Orchestra 90s if you wire them all going to separate or different those non-connected pins. Yeah, so really technically you could go up to 8 DAC Orchestra 90. But yeah, this was all just me hypothesizing over weird ideas. And I thought later on it would be good to see a 4-channel Orchestra 90, 4 DACs, each individual, and then modifying Sockmaster's mod player to write to the 4 DACs on their own without having to try mix the audio digitally to get more channels coming out of one channel. This way you're not doing any of that. You are sending the 8 bits for one channel to its own dedicated chip, and it's mixed later on via just analog circuitry. So you don't get any of that loss that you would normally get trying to do it via software. The reason that's been in my mind lately is because I have been trying to mix sound channels on the CoCo via software, and it can be done, and I do it with my sound effects in my games all the time. But I was playing with music, and I find that when I do mix them via software, certain tones, they alter or they interact with the other channel depending on the values, and they change it. So it sounds, it's a bit of aliasing, or there's some change in the frequency. If you play the channels on their own, it's perfect. But mixing them, because you're adding the 6-bit DAC values together, and of course, you add 2 6-bit values, you end up with an extra bit, which has to be discarded and then shifted into the DAC position. And there's a bit of bit mucking around, which actually does change the original values or the data.
Indeed,
that's why I thought,
because you're multiplexing.
Yes, that's right.
Multiplexing channels, and you're losing.
You're losing, exactly. You do hear it. You don't hear it so much with sound effects, but yeah, when you're trying to create clean tones, that's where the giveaway is. You're either losing I've got some instances where an entire sound, they both cancel each other out. I'm not sure what values are doing that, but I'll suddenly get a quiet spot, and I'm thinking, why is it just suddenly gone silent? Which is weird.
you can get around that. You can get around that by the values you add together. So you have 4 channels, Nick. So you have 4 channels, right?
Yep.
And your accumulative value can max be 252 because you've got 6 bits.
Yeah.
So your maximum value for any given channel can be 63.
Yes.
Right? 0 to 63. That's the maximum value you can have before you overflow. Because you don't need to do no shifty. If you have the right values, if you like kind of, I don't know, dumb down your samples, like push them down a bit to a certain value, you don't need to have to work out, okay, how do I work this one out, that one out, that one out, which is why 4 channels work really well.
Right.
Hey, David Lord's mentioning in the chat, he said waves are 180 degrees that are 180 degrees out of phase will cancel each other, which makes sense. If one's going positive, one's going negative, the same amount, they would just zero out.
I think that's what's happening. Yeah, I think he's right on that. Yeah, that's why my channel's canceling out. So, but yeah, I was thinking, okay, how can we just avoid having to do all this bit manipulating? And I was looking at the Orchestra 90, which is 8-bit DAX, which, slightly higher fidelity, I guess.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can write to, well, if you had a second Orc 90, you could have 4 channels, all independent, and then they're mixed by the analog output later, so you don't get any of that digital loss later on.
Unless CPU time, because you're just basically stored the 4 values and you're done.
Well, yeah, you're not shifting it into the DAC upper 6 bits either. So, yeah, it was just me thinking, is this possible?
If you actually look at that circuit, there are no DACs in there at all. There's no digital analog converter in there at all. Look at the Look at the chips up. They're not DACs.
No,
I
they're
was just
not.
noticing that too.
Yeah, they're not real DACs. No, they're not.
You have a resistor ladder.
It's a
on each end
resistor.
of it.
Yeah,
Basically
it's
an
the
RCR.
resistor thing.
Isn't it called a ladder network or something like that?
Yeah, it's a cheap DAC, but that's all we got.
RCR ladder.
Yeah. Well, which is fine. That's all right. But if we had another 2 of those all at once, we could have a 4 separate channels, and then on the outputs you can combine the analog into so that the 4 becomes 2. So you got a left and right channel, which is basically what the Amiga does.
Yeah.
Actually, if you could have it under software control too, or you can actually have it so it merges like the 2 lefts and the 2 rights, or you can leave them all independent so that you could do a surround sound thing. I think that'd be awesome.
Well, you could do that if you had all 4 separate, yeah. But
yeah, so if you have some little control register latch or something like that that just tells it, I want to merge the 2 lefts and the 2 rights, or I want to leave them all independent with 4 outputs. Then you could set up, 4 speakers around yourself there and play Dungeons of Daggerath in the dark and totally flip yourself out.
Yeah, I don't think many people are going to do that. One, you got to set up more speakers.
That's all that
and
matters.
2, you got to modify the Dungeons of Daggerath anyway. So that
It would be worth it for that. Plus, we have source code for that thanks to the mouse tool. So.
No,
Nick, Nick, what is it on the Amiga? Is it Fat Agnes or is it Denise?
Geez, now
Denise?
It's one of the 2. Yeah, it's one of the 2.
I can't remember. But the Amiga, yes, 4 channels, separate DACs. Yeah, I know the beast pretty well.
Yeah, the biggest thing with the Amiga is that it's DMA though, so the CPU doesn't have to handle any of it. You just point it in memory and say start jamming out samples and go.
It's got a coprocessor to drive, and we don't have that, but that's all right. We've got a 6309. We can do magic that way. But the other reason
6309. What planet?
6309.
What planet did you defect to?
I've been talking to Curtis too long.
Yeah. 30 years of brainwashing is finally taking effect. That's all I have to say.
The other reason I've been looking into this is because I've also been reading up on the Fairlight music computer, the famous Fairlight.
That's one Danny O'Connor has, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. And the Series 2 Fairlight used 6809s, and it basically has 8 separate cards, each with a 6809 driving a DAC. and it's got, I think, the original ones, I think, only had 256 bytes per card, or I could be wrong there. I'm not sure. So basically, it was basically a super CoCo, you could say. It just had, with an Orchestra 90, well, with multiple Orchestra 90s, except that each Orchestra 90 had its own 6809 to drive it, which we don't have on a CoCo. But I figured with good code, a 6309, we could drive the 4 DACs directly, and then maybe we could get better quality audio, 8-bit audio coming out of the CoCo. That won't allow for sound effects in a game because there's so much processing to do, to do a mod player as well as have the game. But I was just thinking of making a mini Fairlight out of the CoCo if we had an Orchestra 90 that could do, four separate channels, 8 bits, because that's all the Fairlight Series 2 had. It was 8-bit DACs.
And you wouldn't have to swap the PIA between reading a joystick and doing the sound too, which you currently have to do.
No, that's right. Well, yeah, I'm not really thinking of the joystick. I'm just thinking as a music. This is just some idea I've had. I don't know if this will be an actual product. This is just something I've been toying with. If the Fairlight was fairly similar in many ways to the CoCo, except the CoCo.
Well, it ran OS 9 too, from what I remember, so it has that.
Yeah, I think it did somewhere along the line there, but that was only on the Series 2, which was a 6809 based setup.
Nick,
I think they went.
Nick, have you actually tried playing with the Org 90 card?
A little bit, not a lot, no.
Well, you still have to pump it. You still have to pump it, just like you pump the DAC, but you got 2 DACs instead. So it's still pretty CPU intensive.
By pump it, what do you mean?
Feeding the data, they get a continuous.
You still have to do that. I know we don't have a co-processor. You could probably add. I know you could add more circuitry to it.
If you had like an AY chip, or a SID chip, you just pump one value to it and you oscillate it. Your oscillator just oscillates at the same frequency until you tell it to shut up.
Yeah.
And we have to do software oscillators by doing cumulative additions.
Yeah.
So it's still pretty CPU heavy, but I really dig your idea, but you need to stick something in front of it.
Yeah.
I think your idea.
Yeah, if you can set it up with a buffer or something, so you can send it the next chunk of a sample to play in one shot, and then have it do the background.
Yeah, preferably every frame, like every 60 hertz. Just have something to grab what you're putting to this, and then yes, massive thing to do on the CoCo, because otherwise you're just going to have to pump it, and you're going to be pumping two DACs instead of one. And all of a sudden, you're going to be pumping 4 DACs instead of 2, instead of 1.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, shit, I've got no CPU left. I mean, I do get where you're coming from. I really do get where you're coming from. You need some kind of co-pro.
Well, yeah, and that's, I know the Amiga's got that sort of thing to help that, but yeah, we don't have that. But I wasn't really thinking in terms of having CPU time left over for doing a game as well. This is solely for the music. So for me, I would be looking at pumping the data to the DACs, but also being able to do a bit of processing so I can change the frequency of the sample as well that's going to the DACs. That would be where all the back software processing would be happening. And then once it's done that, it would pump it to the DAC. How fast that'll happen? Yeah, well, that'll determine whatever the highest frequency going that you can produce will be. But,
I mean, you can do that another way. If you want, let's say you want varying volume levels, right? Let's say you want varying volume levels. If you have like 256 byte samples of a given waveform, you have 256. Let's just say you have a triangle wave at full volume. You have a triangle wave at half volume, triangle wave at quarter volume, all 256 byte samples. You're not using processing power. all you're doing is pointing to a different table.
Yeah. You're just
pointing to a different table. So this is where the brain comes into the play, because instead of using your processor to say that, I'm just going to divide this by 2, 4, whatever to get a lower volume.
Yeah.
Well, why not just point to a different sample?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know. I get your point. That would be good. But or you have a sample that is of the highest resolution, and then your code would then create the other samples pre-playing of the song. It creates the other lower frequencies, stores them in RAM, and then the playback routine then can just access the suitable sample rate.
Yeah, so you're doing kind of compression there because you have one full volume sample and you just scale it back for different ones.
Yeah, you pre-process the samples beforehand and then you play, so that you don't have much to calculate while
during actual gameplay. You just have a little pre-process that sets everything up.
Exactly. So I mean, there's a few ways to do it, but all that is what started my idea about, can you get 2 Orchestra 90s into a multi-pack? And that's where I saw those wires, and I thought, gee, that almost looks like.
Well, you can definitely do it the way Danny O'Connor did it a couple years back, where you just plug 2 multi-packs into each other with an Orc 90 in each.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Nick.
Yeah, logistically, that's not feasible in a convenient way.
Right.
Nick, if you are at all interested, not because you would be, but if you're at all interested in sounds and shit like that, please feel free to talk to me.
Will do. Yeah, I'm just one of these suckers that tries to do things by himself all the time, and that's why it takes me 40 years to do things.
Yeah, but I've done multiple sound processing things and whatever. So, I mean, we are here to help each other. All right, at the end of the day, we're here to help each other. So you've got shit, I've got shit. So let's do shit together.
That's right. We're both full of shit.
Okay, well, I'm gonna call asparagus on this now. At this point,
moving on. Yep, I think this one's gone for too long.
It's a fascinating concept, and for people that are trying to figure out how sound works from assembly language and stuff, and programming DACs and stuff, it's cool. But that's something we should do, like a special live, after dark or something like that at some point, and have a big discussion group going through and showing examples.
I do intend to try write some code that will do what Simon just said, and using the DAC, and if it works, expanding it to 2 Orchestra 90s, and who knows where it'll go. We'll have a Fairlight in a CoCo soon.
Yeah. Anyway, on to some details on XROAR. So the 1.1 we mentioned in the Cocoa Pie story earlier that you can get there. You can actually download XROAR 1.1 itself for your local machine, which is available on multiple platforms, multiple operating systems. So this is the original announcement that Kieran did on the World of Dragon Archive forum. He goes, not such a big release. I'm not sure if I quite agree with that. He said it now has better auto typing and a load text command, which he discovered at the last minute. He forgot to put in the doc, so he has to make a doc update. And that's for importing like actual source code without you having to type it all in by hand in the emulator. He's added Alice support, which involves some underlying keyboard map stuff to handle the AZERTY keyboard, so the QWERTY. He's got relatedly read-only K7 cassette images that supports the Alice as well. It's a bit of a more unique format from the CAS ones. T1 font fixes, which we just went through in extensive detail thanks to Tim finding out the fonts are a little bit different. Tweaks of a bunch of stuff around ID drives, which is more interesting CoCo 3 types. And then a big one for me is the CoCo 3s emulated in XROAR now support 1 and 2 meg RAM models too, because originally it was only up to 512K. So now that catches up with VCC and MAME. It doesn't have the 8 meg, but the 8 meg is a bit less useful currently as things stand. So this is his original announcement about it, and then you can actually go download it from his site here, which for those on the audio, that's www.6809.org.uk/XROAR or lowercase. And you can download latest versions for Mac OS 10, for Windows, for Debian, for Ubuntu. The source code's there. He's got a more filled out version of what's been changed here for the hardcore geeks, including some fixes on the 6803 emulator, etc. So anyway, I haven't had a chance to actually download this yet. I'm going to be trying to do that this week here and give it an experiment and try it with Mikey's version of the EOU for the IDE controller that he's done. And well, hopefully we'll get myself and maybe some others to report back from trying it and see if we've hit any other bugs or if some software that didn't work before now does work. I'd be interested to see with some of the people here that are more familiar with the ALTs than I am, but giving it a shot and seeing how the ALT simulation works. Next up after that, Alderson Retro Computer, we covered a couple of his videos before, put up a YouTube short video showing his newly acquired CoCo 2 with an FT500 drive and controller, and it all worked right off the bat, I should say. So this was one of those blind email buys, and it actually works. I'll just play the little clip here. Ooh. I will notice one thing. He needs a RAM upgrade, but you'll see that.
Today, a working CoCo 2 and an FT500. Really cool. See, it works. I did a load, a program called Hello after I saved it, and I listed it. It listed it. It was 10 print Hello. And then I ran it. It printed Hello. I did a directory. It came up with hello.base, the basic program, and then I printed memory. It's disk, extended color basic. Really cool.
I think the problem is, as you can see from print mem there, it's returning 6,426 bytes, which means this is only a 16K machine. And this basic steals some memory, extended basic steals some memory. So it's not a lot to run for a disk system. So you definitely want to upgrade that to 64K, and then you can run all kinds of stuff. But the fact that he got everything working right out of the box on eBay, that's always a bit of a risk these days, including the drive. Like floppy drives in general tend to need cleaning or alignment or something, speed adjustments. And he just plugged it all in and it just all worked, which is cool.
Evilblade.com.
This one, that's actually nice that Simon's actually on the call here because this is his project. Now, normally I would have put this in the game segment, but because this is a development update, there's nothing to download and try yet. I thought I'd put it in the regular news. And this is a port of Timberman, which you actually helped Paul Thayer write in the first place for the CoCo 3. So did you want to give us a bit of an update, or what prompted you to decide to port this one over?
I actually helped Paul Thayer. Yes. Right now, because Paul Thayer didn't have the original assets except packed files, compressed files, whatever. So I'm having to decompress the files. He junked all the bitmaps.
Oh.
He literally junked all the bitmaps.
So you had to reverse engineer them all from the compressed ones?
Yeah, I've got some that are decompressed, but I have to work out the width and the breadth. And I have done a VB script to convert. I actually have to sit in a Paint Shop Pro, and I have to convert to like from 16 to 4 colors and get the best color match. And then I have to.
And then you have to change the res too, because that originally was what, 256 by 200 or something?
No, that is actually 128.
Well, this is, but I mean the original one he did. What version? What res was that?
128, 112.
Oh, okay.
So
16
16 colors, but it was like 128 pixels wide, but 112 because the original screen was very long.
Yeah, it was a 225 with a double.
Yes, a double LPR, 2 LPR.
And this is 128 by 96, which is pretty close.
128 by 96. So I've kind of lost. I have to lose like 16 scan lines, and I have to convert to full colors. And I just made a script, a VB script, to convert a PPM, portable pixel map. I don't know if you know the format, portable pixel map. Obviously, you save from some random graphic program, you save portable pixel map, and it just does like RGB in ASCII, like 0, 255, 173. This kind of shit for every single pixel.
Okay.
And I've done.
So you got 3 8-bit RGB values, and it's just dumping them out as like text.
Yes, with a header that says, okay, you have 255 colors because of like RGB 0255, and you have this resolution like 12896 or something like that. Just made a VB script that will process this and dump out FCB values. So this is the initial from taking a bitmap that I converted. This is the initial while I'm testing conversion of, yeah, all these sprites and everything. So I'm literally having to sit there manually in a Higgs editor and saying, okay, how wide are you? How long are you? So this is pretty hairy, but it will happen.
I guess the one nice thing for converting this here is that at least your horizontal is the exact same screen resolution as Paul's. Obviously, the vertical you have to change, the colors you have to change, color depth you have to change, etc. But
the colors I have to change. The only thing I'm lacking here is a few pixels up top and a few pixels down bottom. 16, namely. So 8 are chopped off at the bottom, 8 are chopped off at the top.
Yeah.
So
no, it looks really good. I did want to ask Ron Delvaux. You're still in the call, Ron, I presume.
Yep.
What do you think of being a redhead?
Worth a try.
Ginger Ron, we're going to call you.
Yeah,
in this
really.
game.
Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like we've been
Good.
mentioning, multiple times the last few months here, the MC10's been getting a lot of love recently. I mean, we have, the Ghost Rush that Simon converted. We've gotten Fabrizio's and Japanese company that have been doing the cross compiles on various systems have been including the MC10 in a lot of their stuff. There's been a real, there's been more MC10 software generated, like machine language software generated in the last year than probably the previous 30.
I mean, if you look at Redbeard here, on the CoCo version or the CoCo 3 version, he's got a check shirt, but there's nothing stopping me putting blue checks on his shirt. The only thing I have a problem with on the MC10, because it's going to require a 16K expansion.
Yeah.
My only problem is RAM, because all the original assets on the CoCo version were not compiled sprites. They were not compiled sprites. They were just full-on data that was like
maps
and ORed into the background. So it's a massive thing. That's why we used 128K for it, because Paulie was still learning assembly.
Yeah.
So that was actually that was the game that I taught Paulie assembly on. So what would be more fitting than to convert it to MC10 in 20K?
Jim Gary gives you a woot too for doing another MC10 game. So here I was just getting him back to doing OS 9 stuff. Now you drag him right back to MC10. Darn.
Yeah, but come on. Ghost Rush. That was a good port, wasn't it?
It was great.
Yeah. That was a good port. So that was actually quite fun to do.
Actually, no, I'm just joking. I mean, it's great to see all the attention into MC10 because it's always been kind of the redheaded, pardon the pun, stepchild of the CoCo community here.
Yeah, it's the underdog. It really is the underdog. I mean, they say Tandy's the underdog. If you look at the book, that Boise Pete and what's his face did,
and to be honest, I mean, the CoCo itself has always been a bit of an underdog compared to the C64, the Atari 8-bits, et cetera, too. So, I mean, we're kind of used to that mentality, but the MC10 takes it to a whole other level because it was only sold for about a year and a half.
Yeah, and the thing with the MC10, right, is they provided you a timer. They provided you a timer, which the CoCo 2 doesn't have.
Yep.
Right, but the IRQ vectors where the timer lives are on the screen RAM. So where are you? It's like, okay, which planet did you come from, Mr. Engineer?
Is the timer, isn't that part of the 6309? What was
6803? 6803. Yes,
6803. Isn't that a feature of the 6803 though?
It is.
So
yeah, the timer's on chip. The timer's on chip, but the vector, the IRQ vector, because the timer will trip an IRQ.
Right.
The timer will trip an IRQ. On the CoCo, it's done like a 10C, 109, whatever, if it's NMI or IRQ or whatever. But on this bugger, right? On this bugger, the actual vectors are on the screen, right? So it was the MC10,
you have to put code on the screen RAM in order to actually service the RQ.
The MC10 was always touted as being like SG4, no high res, SG4, 512 bytes for a screen, yeah? But it could support higher resolutions, as we can see. But the screen RAM lives at 4,000, yeah? But if you enable a higher resolution, the vectors for the IRQ, the NMI, the timer, whatever, start at 4200. So all of a sudden you've got a little bit of wavy crap halfway down your screen where you're servicing your IRQ. It's like you've got some wacky thing. You might be able to put it in the screen as a kind of glitch, but it's kind of me. What did you do?
And on the MC10, if I remember, you can't move where the screen is in RAM, right? You're limited to that 4K onboard RAM.
Yeah.
It has to be in there.
You've only got the place you've got, and you've got no double buffering at all. You've got no sum. It's in your face.
That is kind of dumb because I mean, even Tandy sold the last Valley Pinball, which ran in P mode 1 equivalent, which is 12896 4 color. But to have your IRQ vector point right into the screen RAM, hard coded onto the machine itself, so you can't change it. So you're gonna have this little chunk of code you're gonna have to stick in the middle of the screen somewhere to handle the IRQ is kind of stupid.
Well, it's basically 3 bytes. You've got like jump XXX, like 10C or FF.
Maybe 2 if you do a jump direct page address or something, maybe. But
yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, you've got multiple vectors. You've got the IRQ, you've got the NMI, you've got the IRQ2. So you can basically have a bunch of funky pixels on there to not get skew with. I'm like, okay, what the hell were you thinking?
That's almost as bad as when they didn't actually hook up the VSync.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it didn't hook up the last VDG line either. So you've only got, if you have a RAM expansion, I understand why they didn't do it on a 4K machine, because you've only got 4K, so you can maximum have like a 3K screen on P mode 1, 128.96, 3072 bytes. But it didn't hook up the last VDG line, so you've not got the upper address line. So if you do a 6K screen, which you can actually enable, 2/3 of it are going to be fine, but the lower third is going to be a repeat of the upper third.
Yeah.
I'm like, meh, which planet do you come from?
Yeah. Well, a couple of comments before we go on to the next story here. Jim Gary says the name of the MC10 game is Memory Economy. And then he says the MC10 is also the underdog of the underdog, which is true. David Lohr said MC10 is the result of a gunshot to the foot. And my favorite, I think, is James Diffnapper. The list of stupid in the MC10 design is long.
Yeah, but what I'm actually working on at the same time as doing scripts for converting graphics is actually a compressor for the MC10, actually a like dzip. Like dzip or...
Yeah, that little tiny 200 some odd byte decompressor.
Yeah, this is what I'm working on at the same time. So there's lots of things to be done. So you probably will not see this within the space of 3 months, but when it comes, it comes.
Yeah. No, I think anybody who does an MC10 is just appreciative that new software is getting developed. I don't think the timeline really worries them all that much. The fact that just new stuff keeps coming out is good.
So, cool with the madman.
Somebody ported a compressor from Z80 over it. Have it somewhere in my GitHub list of stuff.
Well, Glenn Hewlett uses it on all of his CoCo 3 transcodes. That's what he uses on like Joust and Defender and Robotron and
Pac-Man. Is that dzip? I don't think it is. That's probably AP
Isn't it dzip? I thought it was, or maybe Jamie Cho was using it in his library. Somebody is using it actively in the CoCo community already, though. I've actually seen the source code for it.
Dzip was done by Kieran Anscombe done dzip, and that was used in the original Timberman. It's also used in a lot of my demos. But there's another one, AP Ultra.
I'm pretty sure it was dzip. I think I'll have to check Glenn's source code, but I'm pretty sure he used dzip.
Yeah, but AP Ultra has been ported to 6502 to 6809 to Z80 to 8088 to all kinds of platforms. So basically, I can look at that and I can probably port some 6502 code.
Okay. The one I'm thinking of originated on the Z80. I think it was like Spectrum or something. It was brought over to the CoCo.
Okay, well, just before I head on to the next story here, I did want to have, I think my favorite comment so far in the MC10 conversation is from Mark Siegel himself from Tandy days. He says, I don't think the MC10 was designed. They just put some chips in a blender and gave it to Microsoft. Next up, now we're into a bit of a Dragon news. So David Lindsley posted this. Now, this is an ad for a joystick called the Conic Speed King. And this was a cross-platform. It was sold for the Dragon. It was sold for the Commodore 64, the Spectrum, Ataris, Electron, Amstrad, BBC, etc. It's kind of an odd design, though. It was meant to be a single hand joystick with the buttons on the side. You kind of hold it in a semi-closed fist for the buttons and stuff. So it's kind of different. And there's an actual picture here. Matthew Smith put of one here. And they were asking if anybody had seen this on the Dragon, because apparently it was a fairly rare one. Have any of you, like maybe you, Simon, because you grew up in the UK, is this a joystick you're familiar with from any of those platforms? And like, what is that one little switch that's below the joystick itself?
I've never seen it.
It doesn't look like a button.
I have never seen it.
Okay.
I think I used
Because the
to
buttons
have
are
one
actually
of
kind of on the
those.
side. You squeeze in with your fingers type thing, from what I understand.
Yeah, there's 2 buttons on the bottom. Yeah, I used to have one of those.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I hated
Okay.
it. Yeah, I hated it. Yeah, I hated it because I wasn't used to where the buttons were, and you had to use those buttons the way it was designed to be held.
And it's very handiness. Like you have to be basically left or right-handed for this to
Yeah,
function
yeah.
properly.
So you had to be you had to hold it in your left hand, and your fire button was the 2 fingers
on your left hand. So you're kind of hold this
That's right.
thing steady, plus trying to squeeze buttons at the same time on the same hand.
So your right hand only moved the joystick, but yeah, it was just uncomfortable. I just got rid of it.
So that switch that's below the joystick itself, is that an auto fire switch or something? Or?
Oh, gee, I don't think it is. Well, mine didn't have the switch, so maybe this is a slightly different version. So I don't know what that switch is for. You would assume it's an auto fire, but
The switch almost looks homemade.
Yeah, actually, I'm taking a look here. I don't see it on the
Yeah.
drawn
Well,
version from the
look
RAM.
at
they've taken the label off because there's normally a label over the top there where
Okay.
the shiny black is. There's normally a label there. So yeah, I'd say they've taken the label off and they've added that switch there.
Yeah, it's if you look close in on the picture, it was home added. So
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
notch
so
is
that's
kind of
non-standard, yeah.
gnawed in by beavers.
Oh, maybe you're right, yeah. No, I'm looking at it. A couple comments
Yeah.
on it on the chat here. So we've got Tim Gilberts, and he said, design and made in Wales, not too far from me. It was sold in the US as Epics, I think, which
That's it, I
coincides
had
with
the
James
Epics.
Diffendapper saying, I had some version of that. And of course, James is North American. So I'm from the States.
Yeah, I had an Epix one as well. Yeah, I hated it.
And Tim Gilbert says, it is my favorite one for my other Switch only machines. 8-Bits in the Basement says, I hated that joystick. It was the first I had with my C64. It's a Speed King, isn't it? And I think that is what the ad
Yeah.
says. So we got some pretty conflicting opinions of it. Tim thinks it's great, and you and AC's 8-Bits in the Basement think it sucked. So
Let
I
me
guess-
tell you why you're wrong.
I've never tried one. I've never even seen one in real life before. I just think trying to control the fire buttons while holding it with the same hand would just cramp your fingers up like crazy eventually. Would be my first guess.
I bought it because I thought it was a good idea until I bought it and tried it, and I thought, nah, that was a bad idea.
It's always curious, like the early 80s was the Wild West of trying to design joysticks and all kinds of things. Like you threw everything at the wall to see what stuck. There were so many weird designs of stuff that came out that utterly failed. And then
think
other
about
ones
it.
became standard.
Making a case was a big deal. So if you made a case, it didn't matter if it worked or not. You were going to sell it because you paid for the tooling. Now you got this weird looking case. Got to make joysticks.
But you would have done some prototyping first, wouldn't you? To figure out this is ergonomically terrible.
I think this will work. I'm going to design this case and we're going to sell them.
I guess. And the fact they sold it for so many different platforms means at least they could try to get some money back, even if it did suck, because you'd get some people from every platform at least trying it. And as Tim Gilbert says, it's one of his favorites. So it obviously worked for some people.
I think with joysticks, it depends on what, it's an individual thing. If that's how you like to play, it's good. But if you're used to a different control method, yeah, it sucks.
I mean, for me personally, I don't know, like it looks like it's too round on the bottom to balance this on a table properly, but if it would stay flat on a table, just kind of holding it from more above, and they're just hitting the button there, and then using your right hand to do the actual joystick movement, actually probably would work okay.
It won't fit on a table. It's for the hand. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the schematic on the lower right there, and it's kind of showing it's a completely rounded bottom by the looks of it. So
it is. It's complete. It goes into the palm of your hand, so it's got that roundness.
And Mitsuyama is one of the Amigos regulars. He says in the chat, he says, "I never liked it, but I had some friends who swore by it." So it's definitely you know, whatever your personal
I always
preference is.
play with the joystick on the table. So that was.
I usually do too.
So good.
There's a few certain games I won't. I'll hold it my left hand from the bottom and then just move around. And that's more for movement games like skiing or something like that. It would be something where I'm not hitting the button all that often.
Well, I've got the Waiko on my CoCo, and it sits on the table, and the fire button is at the top of the stick. So I actually hold the stick with my right hand, and I use my thumb as the firing button, and my left hand holds the joystick down on the table, stop it from moving. So
see, the deluxe joystick, the deluxe pistol grip joystick from Tandy for the Tandy 1000 and the CoCo did the same thing, where you had fire buttons both on the base and then one on the top. I hated the top one because it's like this. My hand's already moving around, trying to get my thumb to work at the same time just doesn't work for me. So I always use the bottom switch because I can't still that. And that one has suction cups, so you can actually just lock it onto your table, so it never moves.
Yeah.
Tim Gerbert's adds here too. He says they are very tough with good switches, almost indestructible. And Tom Eric Gunderson, also from Europe, says, I know a lot of the C64 crowd love it.
Yeah, it does use micro switches. It is solid that way, yeah.
It's interesting to hear this. Like, there's such a diverse, there's nobody that seems to be in the middle. It's okay. It's either it is great or it sucks. That's kind of.
Yeah. I think buying joysticks, try before you buy is definitely what you got to do.
I have to split here, guys. It's my 28th wedding anniversary, and the long-haired one is calling me. You have to obey the long-haired one.
Yeah, Stevie tells us about that all the time.
So,
well, happy anniversary, Simon, and thanks for coming on and talking about Timberman and sound and all kinds of other things. So
yeah, thank you for today.
All right, yeah, thanks.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Later, Simon.
Simon says.
Mark says that joystick was made by Waco. I'm assuming he means Waco.
Waco.
As far as the manufacturing goes. And then Tim Gilbert said there's a version with analog controls too, so it wasn't just switch oriented. So that I'm guessing would be the Dragon version.
Maybe that's what the Dragon one was. Yeah.
You would think they'd make a mirror image one for the other hand.
Yeah, you would think
Maybe
so.
they did. Is there a checkbox? Yeah, there's right-handed, left-handed models on the bottom there.
Ah, there you go.
So yeah, they did make it both ways. And my last story, which is also Dragon 32. Now, this one, I won't be able to play too much of this. So this is a person I've not seen before, and he's, I'm guessing, has acquired a Dragon 32, which he holds up and kind of shows the ports, etc. A guy named Billy Scott. Unfortunately, he's trying to run off of his computer's built-in mic, and it's so faint you can barely hear him. I have the sound cranked, but I'd be surprised if you can hear any of this. Oops. I won't bother. Anyway, it's pretty well unhearable. Like, it's really, really, really quiet. And some people in the comments said, we can't hear what you're saying type thing. And he said, yeah, I found that out after the fact, so he's going to invest in a mic. So I really hope he redoes the video with a proper microphone, because it looks like he just acquired a Dragon 32 and was kind of showing up. And I'm planning on using it in the future, obviously. And he collects some other retro stuff that you can see in the background. But I'll keep an eye on the site. So hopefully once he gets a microphone, we'll get some better quality video and audio out of him. So
what kind of joystick's this?
Yeah, that's the one that's saying it's time to go eat lunch. You can see he's got like PlayStation stuff. He's got, stuff from arcade games in the background stuff. But this is
I'm reading his lips.
Oh, good. You want to run? Actually, I'll just close caption. Where if it's this quiet? Nope.
Okay.
Unavailable. Too quiet to close caption.
Yeah, I'll read his lips and I'll translate. OS 9 sucks.
You're obviously misinterpreting it there, Nick.
Yeah, I'm not reading it very well. He is quiet, isn't he?
It's really, well, like I said, he's using a built-in mic on his computer, special microphone. So yeah, he needs to get that. But it looks like it'd be very interesting to see what kind of stuff he goes through, and picked up original Dragon 32 in the box, etc. So
I like what he's done with his ceiling. He's put
Yeah.
that grid and posters up there.
He's got Sonic the Hedgehog poster up over
Obviously,
here.
this is his attic computer room.
Yep. That's what that long-haired better half kind of sends you after you get too much stuff downstairs. All right, that's all I have for the news today. So,
Wouldn't it be cool if they had if Dragon made a small computer like the MC10? You know,
well, I think that's what the Alice in France was like. Why would you compete? Because they were all selling to the European market, right?
okay.
So Alice kind of took the MC10 side of things, and Dragon Data took the CoCo 1.2 side of things.
I never realized that.
And then, of course, Matra Hachette, I think is the company that did the Alice. They actually kept going, unlike Tandy. They made the Alice 90 and some of the other stuff with 80 column cards.
Yeah, they're the good ones. The MC10 that we should have had.
Yeah, and they continue to support it too. So, oh, Frank from Retro Rewind mentioned there, Nick, in the chat too, that the Paula chip is for the audio.
Paula, yeah, I knew it was one of the two. I can't remember.
So can I share?
You want to do a Ron's Garage update?
Yeah.
Did you?
Minutes.
It's Ron's revenge for all of the Gimes sing-alongs and stuff.
I can't share.
Oh, it's because I have it on there.
Okay.
Take it away, Ron, for the Ron's Garage segment.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yep.
Yep.
Considering I've eaten it, showing me Pepsi like food
Yes,
stuff is cruel.
This is sponsored by Pepsi. And I just want to say, Ron's Garage is the only place where you can get current software that you can run on your CoCo that's a day old, at least maybe even less. And here is some of it, even Coke. All high color 2 pictures. We just had the anniversary of the Apollo 11 landing on the moon 53 years ago. And I did a bunch of, I put together a whole bunch of pictures I took over the time.
So obviously you think it's real. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Obviously. I was there, man. Come on. Some of
You were on
guys
the moon?
weren't born
I didn't
then.
know that.
On the moon.
Right. Here's my footstep.
That looks like you stepping in a pile of shit.
Yeah, it does.
He greeted Ron coming
Buzz. Or,
yeah, Buzz Aldrin coming off the ladder.
Yeah. Now I grabbed this screenshot over here, or this picture of I think it's Buzz on the moon, and Facebook gives me gets mad at me and sends me this thing and says it's spam, and all I'm
It doesn't
doing is
believe it's
trying to
real
share it.
either.
Yeah, that's exactly. So I thought that was crap. So I thought I'd show it, and I showed my Model 1 that looks like new, doesn't it?
Is that
Yeah,
media
it's in good
mission
shape.
running?
Yeah, it's in good shape. And then I brought out an old Model 1.
Ah,
I
yes,
played
the
with that
original
for a
CoCo
while. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to do that every once in a while.
with a chiclet keyboard.
You have the later joysticks, though. I noticed, not the silver ones. At least.
Yeah, it's the black.
And I have the keyboard on it is still white and gray,
Wow.
not yellow, which is amazing.
Some good
Yeah, I
nick,
did
that one.
something for back in the day. And I did Goodfellas, a new game for the CoCo 2 and 3. What do you think?
Yeah.
That's the front screen, right? I did The Godfather. See, all this stuff you can put on your machine. Show it. Look what I can put on my CoCo. Godfather Part 2. Huh?
And you'll have to
Why
make a
is it
screensaver program that goes through them all.
Yep. Isn't this amazing how CoCo 2, CoCo 1 could show a graphic, and it comes to you by CoCo VGA naturally.
I like this mashup machine. You've got a CoCo multi-pack. You've got a TDP 100 with a CoCo 3 keyboard, a CoCo VGA installed in it. Is there anything stock in there at all at this point?
Yes, the board. The outside, the sticker.
The keyboard, is that the actual keyboard?
No.
Oh, yeah.
That's
no,
from,
yeah, the
that's a CoCo 2
changed
keyboard.
Too.
CoCo 2 keyboard, yeah. But
Yeah,
you
the
know what?
TDP had the chiclet keyboard, same as the CoCo one.
It's so much nicer to
yeah.
use. Yeah. Here's good.
And there's a real CoCo.
Oh, yeah. So that's it, guys. Come to download some of that stuff and put it on your machine. Have fun with it.
Yeah, high color is pretty amazing. I mean, if you haven't seen it before, the fact that it can make some really high color images that's written by Sockmaster.
I was mentioned by the Glenside group. You know, they were talking about the newsletter, and they came down to the bottom and said, you know, it's nice to have current things going on. Like Ron, he does his stuff, and I had a couple of chuckles. And then they said, yeah, but it's pretty amazing. And that made me feel good, you know? So, you know what? I'm going to keep doing it. That was neat.
A little affirmation goes a long way.
Yeah.
That's why I liked it at Boat Fest, because they were praising me to high heaven on that show. Why, I have no idea.
I don't know. It doesn't work for me. I kept knocking OS 9, and what happens? Curtis.
You designed a
brings out
trash can
Nitrous-
icon for it. I mean, yeah.
That's
what
right.
happened?
That's right.
Yeah, it gets
Curtis
better.
goes and starts Nitrous 9 again. Damn.
That sure backfired.
We have any updates, acquisitions?
None for me.
Here's a really quick one. You can highlight me.
Looking at something.
Ender 3D printers.
Am I there?
3D
Yeah, and I have
printer.
a printer of my own.
Two of them by the looks of it.
Well, Connect kind of took over the front one and a couple other little side jobs I do. So it runs Black PLA 24/7 pretty much. So I didn't have a printer to play with because I wasn't allowed to use mine. So I bought another one. So now old McDonald has a farm. Anyway, that's my update for the week. And made this kitty. Aw, high res kitty.
Oh,
Very
yeah,
sweet.
that was worth it.
Getting a new printer to print something, especially these old fashioned Ender 3 version zeros or whatever they're. It was work.
So just to, for some of us who don't have one of these printers, so basically in the old days when you had a plotter, you know, and your computer sent data to it, is it basically still a, you know, like a text file that goes to it?
You start with the design file and use something called a slicer to turn it into
code.
Specific commands for the computer: go left, go right, up, down, squirt out plastic, suck it back in. So it's a kind of a complicated process. We're in the very early stages of like a plotter trying to print text. You know how long a plotter took to draw a page? That's how long a 3D printer takes to draw a thing. Hopefully we'll soon get printers where they just do 8 squirts at a time or whatever, and they'll be fast. But right now, a case top is like a 3-hour print, you know, for a top of a ROM pack case. Hence, you need a couple of printers. So,
Or do you let it print while you're in bed?
yeah. Well, like I say, it runs a lot. If it ain't making noise, I'll go in there and make sure why it isn't, and make it start making noise again.
So give us an idea in a ballpark how much the machine costs in the spools. Like if you pick a black spool, is it more expensive than a white one, or?
No, I mean, this is the really low-end machine, which means you have to really enjoy 3D printing to use it, was a couple $100.
Oh.
For about twice that, you can get one where you don't have to be a 3D mastermind to use it. It'll just work out of the box. The filament, what am I paying? Maybe $15 a spool, which makes a ton of stuff. I mean, That's weeks and weeks of solid printing. So
Well, you could wind up with a $400 and $500 outfit altogether with all your spools and everything.
yeah, just hit Amazon and you'll find them. It's
Now, is there a library of things that you could,
there's 100 libraries of things. Thingiverse is a good place to start. Just Google it and you will find many references. It's become so popular in the last couple of years that it's not hard. At one time you had to kind of know what to do and who to talk to. Now just kind of ask and ye shall receive. And hey, 50 people are selling this printer. Must be a good one. And that'll probably
it works out of the box pretty much without having to.
Well, like I say, you start getting up into the $500 ones, they work out of the box. The ones I get take a day's work to get working if you know what you're doing. Which I say $300, but then I muck around with it all day.
Yeah.
So that's the state of the art we're in. So anyway, I want to play with new things and not just print PLA all day. So that's why I was so happy to buy a second one. But I had to get the same one, so if one breaks, I've still got one kind of deal. Yeah. So now I need another printer so I can get a different one that's really cool. So then I need people to buy printed stuff from me, so then I can get another one of those. So I guess I've got to start another business besides the one I got.
And then he moved into a 50-acre building.
Yes, line up all my printers in a big row.
Took over an old Walmart.
Yeah.
Right, give me a scooter so I can run back and forth loading them.
Anybody else have any updates or acquisitions? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I'll mention one thing. I didn't see the message from Alan Murphy there earlier, but apparently the Amigos have finished recording all of their shows today, so the CoCo show is already finished. So if you go to their Twitch channel, you can actually watch the entire 2.5-hour broadcast of all the shows they recorded. Otherwise, it'll show up on YouTube in about 3 or 4 weeks as well. So, and they're covering Color Robot Battle, a programming game. So I'm really interested to see what their take is on that, because neither of them are really programmers. I'm imagining an exercise in frustration is what I'm imagining.
That's what we should have for our game challenge one day, where people have to design a robot, and then rather than judge who gets the highest score, we actually pick the better one, or we have them compete against each other, because you can save the robot you create, can't you? Yeah.
You can do like the pools when you start your 16 NHL teams where you got 8 on each side, and then the winners of each, and they kind of filter through until you get the winner.
That's right. And then we work out who the winner is out of a pool of robots or players.
And we might have 5 people participate.
Wow. Yeah. Still be interesting. Something different.
Well, you could set that up as a side project, Nick.
Well, I was thinking, like, we've had a few times before, we've done like the dual ones, like if you want a venture game or something that's not really high score related, game on challenge related, you could have that as the secondary one for a week, and then the people that have the skills to pull that one off could actually do it. We kind of have a simultaneous where.
Well, then we could have like a special night of the live show where we do the competing or something.
We can take side bets on which ones win too, so people can make some money.
There we go.
we can make it a CoCoTALK event, the robot battle.
The robot battle. Everybody designs their thing, then they have to send it in to whoever is going to run it. They type everybody. Then they.
And as a bonus, we'll bring in Glenn Soggy, the designer of that game, in to help do the judging at the end.
Yeah, that'd be good if we can get him.
And then we'll sit here for 2 hours watching the first match as the 2 robots go around the screen
and never find each other.
And never find each other.
Well, you can have a time delay. You've got to have a winner within 5 minutes, say. Otherwise, it becomes a draw.
Yeah, or pre-edit the video so you're taking out all the wandering around the outside trying to find the other guy.
You could pre-edit. Yeah, I was thinking of live, but if you pre-edit.
No, live would take too long. That could be an hour for a single battle.
I haven't actually played the game. Do they take that long? Do they?
They can, depending on how the programs are set up.
Okay.
One thing I can say, back in the day when I had IBM PC and compatibles, and you try to do stuff, and there could be an occasion where it would jam up and stop. And it just doesn't seem like the color computer ever does any of that stuff. We never really have a blue screen of death or anything happen. Did you guys
saw a
ever?
lot? No, we just get psychedelic effects.
I have to say, under Nitrous 9, you do see that occasionally. You have an error program that goes out because it's competing with the
Not
operating
Nitrous,
system.
OS 9, back in the day. Yeah, I saw that a lot.
Well, the one one of the 3 bugs that Jim Gary found actually did cause the machine to lock up because it overwrote
there
system
you
RAM
go.
and went nuts and right through everything. So,
Well, if you found
Was it
a
a-
program to download on CompuServe or something, and you're just coming up to the end, and then you realize that it's jammed or something, it's gone. You didn't get it.
yeah. I mean, honestly, I do remember some games getting released for the CoCo back in the early days. They did crash and they did freeze the machine dead. But then there would be a 1.1 patch that came out a little bit later because you hit something the developer didn't hit. That did happen. It was pretty rare though, because normally you wouldn't start selling a game until you had a fair bit of testing on it. So most of them you'd caught all that ahead of time.
Okay, we ready for the outro?
Yeah, I think we've been on for 4 hours already. So
All right.
Steve came back on. It's all long again. We gotta. Never mind.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, MC10, and Dragon systems. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, cocotalk.live. CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Amigos Retro Gaming, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weaver, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, George Jansen, Grant Leedy, James Diffendapper, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Ken Waters, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many, many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever!
It's funny after he says my name, Mr. Gimes is right after it.
That's because you two are birds of a feather with a lot of common interests.
Yeah.
I see in the comments, Buck Owens had a good idea for if we did a robot battle. Just do it in VCC and crank it up the speed.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
75 megahertz.
Ludicrous speed.
I use VCC to take my pictures when I do my high color stuff, and it develops it quick. Where it would take maybe 2 minutes to render it, and it's just a few seconds, and boom, it's up. It's great.
Does it display the pictures okay?
No, you have to start the program and use alternate color stuff. You have to hit A, B, C, and then L to load it, and it'll show properly. But I have to do it the normal way first and save it off. even though the picture's ugly because the colored stuff in VCC screwed up.
Right.
So, but you know, it all works, just extra steps.
Okay. Anything else for today? So, game of the week is what? Xenon?
Xenon.
Xenon. An Australian produced game.
Well, I didn't know it was Australian when I chose it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, the author's been to my place here.
Are you still in contact with him?
No, I haven't seen him since the 80s. But yeah, he's
that'd be
actually
a good
been
interview
here.
for us to get if you ever get a hold of him.
Yeah, no, I've lost. Yeah.
Did you piss him
I
off?
know he
or
moved
something?
away. Sorry?
Did you piss him off or something?
No. He moved over to the PC soon after.
Oh.
He was, Xenon was his last CoCo game.
Okay. Why don't we pull the plug on this one?
Yep. So we'll see you all next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
see you Friday night.
Goodbye,
We're sorry.
everyone.